Testing YouTube audio, 1, 2. Good morning, Board Member Little.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board Member Sisk, Board Member Little. Can you hear us all right?
Hear you
Yeah, morning,
fine.
Brennan.
All right, thank you. Just getting things set up still over here. All right, good morning, board members. I'll get everything going.
Okay, are we all set?
1 second. All right, board member Sisk, we're on the record.
All right, good morning. Today is October 4th. Welcome to the Assessment Appeal Board number 2. Will Brendan please take a roll call?
Yes, board member Ferris.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Yes. Board member Little.
Present.
Board member Sisk.
Present.
Thank you.
All right, now is when we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, raise your right hand. Put your right hand over your chest and repeat after me whenever Brendan's ready.
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance.
To the
I
flag.
pledge
I
allegiance
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
and
to the republic for which it
is
stands,
one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all. Are we going to swear people in now or at one at a time, Brendan?
Yes, my recommendation would be that each member of the public be sworn in as we reach their agenda items.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I guess now is when we go through the agenda review.
Yes, give me just a moment. All right. All right, item 5, agenda review for October 4th, 2021. The clerk of the board recommends approval of the agenda review by the Assessment Appeals Board. The agenda review consists of the following agenda items. Please bear with me just a moment. Item 12, application number 19-11182, applicant Pacifica Seaward LP, removed from the agenda due to the submission of a withdrawal. Item number 13, application number 20-11301, applicant Pacific Seaward LP, removed from the agenda due to the submission of a withdrawal. Item number 14, application number 19-11183, applicant Southern California NV LLC, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 15, application number 19-11184, applicant The Reserve MSL LLC, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 16, application number 19-11185, applicant Cote d'Azur LLC, PetSmart, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 17, application number 20-11300, applicant Cote d'Azur LLC, PetSmart, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 18, application number 19-11186, applicant Liberty Property Limited Partnership, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 24, application number 20-10514, applicant Peter Barker Homek, continue to December 6, 2021, pending receipt of an originally signed stipulation. Item number 27, application number 20-10751, applicant Valley Oak Charter, continue to December 6, 2021, pending receipt of an original stipulation. Item number 28, application number 20-10757, applicant Pleasant Valley 52 LP, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item numbers 29 through 31, application number 20-10758 through 20-10760, applicant Kingsley Montclair LP, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 32, application number 20-10778, applicant Gonzalo Cisneros, continue to December 6, 2021, pending receipt of an original stipulation. Item number 34, application number 20-10899, applicant Southern California NV LLC, National Mentor Holdings, removed from the agenda due to the submission of a withdrawal. Item number 35, application number 20-10900, applicant Big Black Dog LLC, removed from the agenda due to the submission of a withdrawal. Item number 36 through 37, application numbers 20-10901 and 20-10902, applicant The Reserve MSL LLC, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 38, application number 20-10903 and 20-10904, applicant PetSmart Incorporated, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 40, application number 20-10979, applicant Israel Linder, continued to December 6, 2021, pending receipt of an original stipulation. Item number 46, application number 20-11034, applicant Stewart Family Trust dated March 4th, 88, Rosalind Stewart as trustee, continued to December 6, 2021, pending receipt of original stipulation. Item number 68, application number 20-11208, applicant Kenyon Oliver, continue to December 6, 2021, pending receipt of an original stipulation. Sorry, and I have this a little backwards. Items 62 through 65, application numbers 20-11183 through 20-11186, applicant 825 Ajax LLC et al., removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. And item number 93, application number 20-11595, applicant James and Jennifer O'Neill, continue to December 6, 2021, pending receipt of original stipulation. We are not recommending any denials during this morning's agenda review. Recommended action is to approve the agenda review as read.
I so move.
If I may make a clarification, I just wanted to make sure it was agenda items 38 through 39. I believe you just announced item 30.
Correct. Items 38 through 39 for PetSmart Incorporated have been removed due to a submission of a withdrawal.
Got it. I'll second.
All right, and we'll call.
Thank
for-
you.
Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That motion passes. All right, I did not have the opportunity, board members, to check in with applicants here today, so we will be requesting them to raise their hand, and I'm gonna say, let's just go in agenda order with what's remaining. I do not have a recommended order at this time, so that would start us out with agenda item number 8. Give me just a moment.
Okay. Are we going to skip public comments?
Oh, thank you for catching me.
Yep, okay.
Sorry.
Do we have any public comments?
If anyone on Zoom today would like to make a public comment that's not part of the agenda this morning, please press the raise hand button, or if you're participating by telephone, please press star, then 9. Star 9 if you'd like to make a public comment. Give me just a moment. No one is keying up for public comments for items not on the agenda this morning.
Okay, do we have any comments from the board?
None.
Done.
All right. Yes, back to the regular agenda.
All right, so that would take us first with item number 8, application number 19-10860, Peter Gomez. Mr. Gomez, if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand or press star, then 9 on your telephone keypad. And I'm not seeing him queue up, board members. I did have a conversation with Mr. Gomez. He indicated that he would be traveling this morning and may attend late. I did advise him that if he did not attend prior to your board's adjournment today, his case may be denied. So I'd recommend we trail this item and come back to it later. Ms. Hill, did the assessor's office have any comments on that recommendation?
I believe you're muted. Still can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, just had to plug it back in. The assessor is prepared to move forward on this, and we think it makes the most sense and agree with the clerk's recommendation to trail it.
Okay, thank you. We'll just trail this to the end, see if he shows up.
All right. So next we have item number 9, application number 19-10926. Applicant is Jeffrey and Patricia Jerkovsky. I do see Mrs. Jerkovsky's raised her hand. Give me just a moment to promote her.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear us okay?
Morning.
I can.
All right. And for
Are
the
you
record,
prepared to move forward today?
I am not. I haven't been able to collect enough information to move forward due to, having COVID in the middle of it and everything else. So I am just going to withdraw my appeal and move in a different direction. And I'd like to know if I need to send a letter or how I would do that.
ma'am, first, I didn't see your name on the screen. Can you just state your name for the official record, please?
Oh, you did say Patricia Jerkovsky, correct?
Yes, is that you?
It is.
Thank you. And to withdraw, so you would like to no longer proceed with this appeal and close it and not have a hearing on it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. With that verbal confirmation, your appeal is closed and nothing further is required.
Okay, great.
All right. Thank you for your time
All right,
today. You're
thank
all
you.
set.
Thank you for your time.
All right.
Next application, 19-10955, Tom Baruni.
Yes, if you're here for this
That's
item,
Tom
please
Baruni.
raise your hand or press star, then 9 to raise your hand via telephone. I think we're expecting Hamid Lashkari. I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand. Oh, there we go. All right, Mr. Lashkari, you should be able to unmute. All right, can you hear us?
Yes, I do.
All right, please state your name for the record.
Hamid Lashkari.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to you, Chair
Thank
Sis.
you. Are you prepared to move forward today, sir?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, about how long will your presentation take?
About 2-3 minutes.
Okay. And do you have any evidence that's been submitted to Brandon for us?
We submitted back in February, March for the last meeting.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
I
To
did have
the
a-
assessor's office. Yes, Brendan?
I just, so Mr. Lashkari, you did not make me aware of your intent to use your prior submission, so we didn't have any evidence in the file for you today. You said you submitted that for February? Is that correct?
Was the last one was February?
April 26th was your last hearing?
Yes, April. Yes,
Okay,
yes.
well, let me see.
I'm sorry, I had the surgery last week, 10 days ago. That's why I didn't send you the stuff. If possible, we can extend it. If not, then I will go ahead with what I submit before.
Okay, I do see, I have a submission, so it might take some time to get it uploaded. But yes, we have some documents, it looks like 5 PDFs and some photographs, is that correct?
Exactly. Yes,
Okay.
please.
Okay, well, let's check in with the assessor's office. I can probably make that work if we make it the second or third hearing today, Chair Sisk, so I have time to upload his documents to the file share.
Okay,
Sure.
okay. Any comments from the assessor's office?
The assessor is prepared to move forward, and our case should take 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay.
Before we proceed.
You mind if we trail this to a little later so Brendan can get on top of the evidence?
Of
Okay.
course, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Sisk, I would like to
Yes,
check
Brendan?
in if either party would be requesting written findings of fact. Mr. Lashkari, are you requesting written findings of fact on this case?
I just going based on what I sent, that which was the fact of what we have as a document.
So to clarify, if you were requesting written findings of fact, it's a legal document that would provide details of the board's decision today, usually required for a Superior Court challenge, and that costs $150 should you choose to request that. And so we're asking for clarification if you are requesting that $150 document at this time.
No, not really, no.
Okay. Ms. Hill, is the assessor requesting written findings of fact?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Chair Sisk, we can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Next application, 19-11038, Sarkis Gregorian.
All right, if you're on Zoom for this item, please raise your hand, or if participating by telephone, please press star, then 9 to raise your hand. And I'm not seeing anybody queue up for this item. Again, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this item, or press star, then 9 if participating from your telephone. All right, no one has made their self known. I did leave a voice message for this applicant last week and did not receive a response. And we also reached out to them by email and did not receive a response. So unless the assessor's office has additional information, the clerk of the board would recommend denial due to lack of appearance.
The assessor doesn't have any additional information. We did field check this last Thursday, and we were expecting them to come for a continuance, but given the circumstances that they are not here, it seems appropriate to deny them for lack of appearance.
Okay, thank you. We're looking for a motion to deny due to lack of appearance.
So moved.
Second,
All right, I'll call a
Thank
vote.
you.
Board Member Ferris.
yes.
Board Member Little.
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next item. Item 19, application 19-11308, Cisco Corporation and subsidiaries.
If you're on Zoom for this item, please press raise hand, or if participating by telephone, star then 9. All right. I have Pavel, who I'm going to allow to speak. Thank you, and please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Pavel Torchak. I'm with Ryan LLC. I'm the agent representing Cisco Corporation today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And are you prepared to move forward today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and about how long will your presentation take?
5 minutes at most.
Okay, and have you presented Brandon with your evidence or your information?
Yes.
Okay, and to the assessor's office, are you prepared to move forward today?
Yes,
The assessor's
Sorry, go
prepared to move forward on the penalty only. We've agreed to the value with the applicant and are only proceeding on the penalty portion of the application.
Okay,
It should take about 15 minutes.
okay, we'll come back and revisit this after we go through the whole agenda. And we might be hearing your case on the early side because we have a couple of no-shows in here. So we'll move on to the next one and get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Are we all set?
Well, I guess we should clarify. I did check beforehand with Mr. Turachak. No findings of fact are requested on behalf of the applicant, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Hill, is the assessor requesting findings of fact?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Chair says we can proceed.
All right. Okay, next application, 19-11566 and 19-11567, Social Betterment Prop International.
And we have Andrew Bordeaux raising his hand. Please unmute.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
Yes.
Okay, and about how long will your presentation take?
About 15 minutes.
Okay, and have you forwarded all of your evidence to Brandon? Or any case presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Assessor's office, about how long? Any comments from you?
The assessor is prepared to move forward on the penalty. It should take about 15 minutes. I think there's a validity portion to this as well, actually, but we plan to just address everything all at once.
Okay. And is either party requesting findings of fact?
Yeah, excuse me. The applicant is not.
Is the assessor's office requesting findings of fact?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay.
Okay, and
Okay.
just for clarification, Mr. Badeau, it doesn't appear we received your case presentation by the deadline of last Thursday, and so we do not have anything loaded for your case today. Is that correct? We did not receive anything by Thursday's deadline?
That's correct. I sent it in Friday.
Okay. Looked like it came in Friday at around 6 p.m. And the exhibits are not labeled pursuant to the instructions provided. So Chair Sisk, we're also going to need some time to organize this. I'd recommend it probably be trailed to later in the day after Mr. Baroni's case, which we also have
Okay.
to get the evidence organized on. And if Mr. Bordeaux could resubmit that with the labeled per the instructions with the exhibits numbered in the order which you'd like them presented, and then we will get that prepared while the board is hearing other cases.
So if I may, I submitted them, and each page is individually numbered with the ledger applicant's exhibit page 1. And so I was just going to go through the presentation packet and refer to individual numbered pages in the exhibit.
Correct. We just need the files identified in the order that you'd like them released into evidence and presented with this is file number 1, this is file number 2. So if you could clarify that in email while we go through the other cases, we'll work with you on that.
Thank you.
All right, Chair Sisk, I think we're set for that item at this time.
Okay, we'll probably be looking at that one after lunch, I would assume. Okay, next application, 20-10443, GI Industries.
And if you're here for this item, please raise hand, or if participating by telephone, star, then 9. There we go. We have Mr. Thacker. All right, go
Hello,
ahead.
good morning.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
Yes,
Okay, and about how long will your presentation take?
5 minutes.
Okay, and do you have everything forwarded to Brandon already?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Assessor's office, are you prepared to move forward today?
The assessor's office is prepared to move forward. Our presentation shouldn't take more than 10 minutes or so, but I will note that agenda item 22 for GI Industries and 23 waste management, we've combined it all into one presentation. It's the same agent and related applicants. So we have one presentation for a similar set of facts for both.
Okay,
Are prepared to address them both at the same time if that's
okay.
possible.
And are you requesting findings of fact?
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay, to the applicant, are you prepared to present both
Yes.
cases at the same time? Okay,
Yes, and I'm
Great.
not requesting findings of fact.
okay. Okay, so we will trail these after we go through the whole agenda. It'll probably come up earlier. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
On to the next item. 20-10544, Richard Heller.
Great. All right, and we have, I had a hand raised. There we go. Mr. Pollard, you should be able to unmute.
On behalf of Richard Heller.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
I am not. We're requesting additional time. I did speak with someone at the assessor's office. We'd like to gather some more information.
Okay, and to the assessor's office, any comments?
The assessor isn't prepared to move forward either. We would request that any additional data be provided within 30 days of today.
Okay, and Brendan, do we have a date?
I've just put the dates up on the screen, and for other applicants listening that would like to request continuance today as well, these will be your options. We have November 1st, 2021, December 6th, 2021, or January 10th, 2021. At this time, November 1st and December 6th are tentatively going to be Zoom hearings, unless the requirements or restrictions change. On January 10th, may have an in-person option. We are unsure at this time, and we'll provide an update on that at a later point. So those are the options available at this time. So we would be
Applicants requesting December 6th.
That works
Okay.
for the assessor.
Okay, we're looking for a motion to postpone to December 6th with the proviso that the data requested be provided to the assessor's office within 30 days of the hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Give me
Thank
just
you.
a moment, board members. All right, and I had that as a motion by board member Little, second by board member Ferris. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, for the vote, board member Ferris,
Yes.
board member Little,
Aye.
board member Sisk.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's approved. Thank you, Mr. Poller. You're all set.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next application 20-10740, Peter Daly.
If you're on Zoom for this item, please raise your hand now, or if participating by telephone, press star, then 9. I'm not seeing anybody queue up for this item. There were some emails. Let me see. Again, if you're on Zoom for this item, please raise your hand or star, then 9 if participating by telephone. Not seeing anybody queue up. I did leave a voice message for this applicant last week, and one of their administrative assistants emailed us late Friday after the agenda was posted to let us know they were requesting an in-person hearing, but did not provide the proper paperwork. Pursuant to the State Board of Equalization's guidance, requests to delay for an in-person hearing are subject to the postponement rules that require a 21-day advance notice, which this was not in compliance with. However, they were emailing again late Friday that they'd like to request this. I leave it up to your board if, out of abundance of caution, you want to continue this to allow an in-person hearing to be heard as email requested by the applicant, or if you'd like to deny it due to lack of appearance. I did see a new phone number just come on. Again, we're discussing the case for Peter Deely, and if you are for this item, please raise your hand or press star then 9 to participate by telephone. Okay, this new phone number doesn't appear to be them. Yeah, I'd say probably out of abundance of caution, we should continue this to an in-person hearing to be determined at a later date.
I would agree with that, because if we might have to, if we vacate it now, we might have to reinstate it and then do this all over again. So, yeah, do we just want to postpone it to the January date and give them time to, or do we want to pick a date for go down or just?
Yeah, so currently what we're doing when we get timely requests for in-person hearings is we're completely removing them from the calendar until we've been given affirmative permission to hold in-person hearings from the health authorities here in the county. So if we were to just grant the request for in-person hearing, they would just be removed from the calendar indefinitely until we get that authorization to proceed. So I would just say the board should continue to a date uncertain for an in-person hearing.
Okay, we're looking for a motion to postpone to an undisclosed date in the future.
So moved.
Second.
All right, for the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes,
Mr. Lahakis,
Yes,
do
Ms.
they
Hill.
not need a 2-year waiver on file for that?
It is a 2020 application, so it would not be required at this time, but we will follow up and request it anyway with the applicant after this hearing.
Okay.
I've made a note to follow up with them. Okay. All right, thank you, Chair Sisk. That would take us all the way down to items 41 through 45.
what about item 33?
Oh, sorry, I'm glad you're keeping better track than I am today. That's correct.
All
item
right,
33.
application 20-10786, Brian and Kimberly McBreen.
Great. If you're on Zoom for this item, please press raise hand. All right, we have a Kim McBreen. You should be able to unmute yourself now. Thank you. Can you hear us all right?
I think I'm unmuted.
Yes, and can you state your
Thank
name
you,
for the
Brian,
record?
for not ignoring me. I am here.
Great.
And
Are
thank
you
you,
pre-
Brendan, for talking with me the other day. As discussed in our conversation, Brendan, I am not prepared to present today. You said that I didn't need to prepare today. I just needed to attend and get a postponement.
Perfect. So you're requesting continuance.
Correct.
The dates, I'll put them up on the screen real quick for you.
November 1st, I think, or which November date was that?
Yeah, you
November
prefer
1st?
November 1st?
Let me verify real fast what day of the week that is.
All hearings will be
Monday.
on Mondays commencing at 9:30 a.m.
Yes. Yes, November 1st.
Okay, and we can go ahead and check in with the assessor now.
Could we push it out to the 6th or the 10th? The assigned appraiser, I know he has quite a busy month with the hearing officer coming up, and we still need some data for this case, so that would allow time for the data to be exchanged and discussed, and also not overly impact my appraiser.
Okay, do we have a date, December or January preference? You want to push it out further?
I think December or January would be fine. I'm just concerned that November is too soon, given everything that needs to happen between now and then.
Okay, understood. Should we just do January?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to January 10th with do we have a data proviso?
Yes, please.
Okay, with a proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
Can you repeat those words? Because I didn't understand the first word you said.
No problem. We're looking for a motion to postpone the trial hearing to January 10th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided to the assessor within 30 days.
I'm going to apologize for my ignorance. Proviso means what?
A requirement. They require the,
Okay.
they're just going to require some information from you, and you'll just be required to submit it within 30 days so they can have a chance to process it before they show up at the hearing.
Okay.
So
Yes.
moved.
So we have a motion by Board Member Little. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Second by Board Member Ferris. For the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
All right, that passes. Thank you. All right, Ms. McBreen, you're all set. Do you have any other questions for us?
Next steps is I'm understanding it is not to come to this January 10th, but I'm going to get, am I going to receive something else or I just need to provide it to Josh?
If you could work with Josh Courier, if you've been in communication with him already, we've sent out a letter requesting data. He may have followed up with a more specific request. So if you could email him any of the data he's requested, or if a site check needs to happen, then we would just request that happen in the next 30 days.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and so you
Thank you.
mentioned Ms. McBreen not attending the January hearing. So So if you and the assessor do not come to a resolution in this appeal, you would be required to attend the January hearing, but the next step is correct, to work with Mr. Courier to exchange and provide any additional data within the next 30 days. So work with him, and then if you can't come to an agreement, then you would attend the January hearing.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm very new to this process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you're all set.
Okay, next application, 21-10994, 995, 997, 998, and 999. CBC Federal Credit Union. Has anyone checked in?
And we have a Michael Barberine. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that.
No, you did not. It's correct. Michael Barberine with CBC Federal Credit Union.
Okay, so are you prepared to move forward today?
Yes,
And about how long will your presentation take?
5 minutes.
Okay, and do you have any evidence? Do you need to forward to Brandon?
No.
Or you haven't? Okay.
To clarify,
and
sorry, Chair
Yes.
Sisk, I just want to clarify, Mr. Barberine, I did not receive any documentation from you to submit today, but it was my understanding you have verbal evidence only. Is that correct? You're not planning on going over any documents with the board?
Unless requested on the documents I used to file the appeal and subsequent documentation. No, it's just verbal.
Okay, verbal. So the only thing that we will be providing to the board is your application itself. We are not permitted to provide the board with anything else submitted with your application. So I want to clarify that. Were there attachments with your application that you want the board to consider today?
Remember any other attachments now?
Okay, just making sure. So from your perspective, it'll be verbal testimony only.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. Back to you, Chair Sisk.
All right, thank you. To the assessor's office, are you prepared to move forward?
Yes, the assessor is prepared to move forward. It should take 10 or 15 minutes, and we would like findings of fact.
You are requesting findings of fact?
Yes.
Was that a yes on findings of fact?
Yes, please.
Okay, just making sure.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll revisit this one on down the line. We'll go through the rest of the agenda and we'll get back to you. Okay. Next application, 20-11059, Thebient International Incorporated.
All right, if you're on Zoom for this item, please press raise hand, or if participating by telephone, star then 9. I was expecting Linda, I think, but I'm not seeing anybody. Again, if you're here for this item, please press raise hand, or if participating by telephone, star then 9. All right, seeing no one, oh, there we go. We have a phone number ending in 6259. I'm going to open their phone line up. Please press star then 6 to confirm unmute. Star then 6. Telephone number ending in 6259. Please press star then 6 to unmute yourself. There we go. Can you hear us all right?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, and
Can
what
you
is
hear
your
me now?
name for the record, please?
Yay. My name is Linda Moran. I'm with Altus Group.
You said Moran, M-O-R-A-N?
It's Offringa Moran.
Sorry, I'm having
my
trouble
married
hearing you.
name.
Can you repeat that one more time?
It's Linda Offringa Moran.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. And to clarify, the authorized agent on this appeal is Property Tax Assistance Co. Are you still with that company?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We did not receive paperwork to change the agent to your new company, Altus Group, so just to clarify. All right, turn it over to you, Chair Sisk.
The only request, sorry. I'm sorry, what'd you ask me?
So are you a representative from Thebient International?
Yes.
Okay, great. Are you prepared to move forward today?
No.
No, okay. Okay, do you want to postpone? What are you interested in doing? You want to postpone? Okay. And to the assessor's office, any comments?
The assessor was under the understanding that this applicant would continue today. We would just request that the requested data be provided within 30 days of today.
Certainly.
And do we have a date in mind?
Doesn't matter to me.
Ms. Fringa Moran, since I see you're not on the computer, you probably couldn't see the screen. Our options are November 1st, December 6th, or January 10th, if you had a preference between those.
November 1st, please.
I'm not sure that gives us enough time to exchange data and talk about this case since it's less than 30 days
Yeah.
before that
Okay,
hearing.
whatever-
We could move
whatever
out
you
to
choose.
One of the other two dates.
One of the December
What were
6th?
the other dates?
December 6th works for the assessor.
Okay.
That works for me too.
Okay, we're looking for a motion to postpone to December 6th with the proviso that any data required by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you.
All right, for the vote.
Thank you so much.
Board Member Ferris.
Yes.
Board Member Little.
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. You're all set.
Okay, next
Thank you so much.
application. Thank you. 20-11151, Diamond K Trust.
All right, again, if you're on Zoom for this item, please press raise hand, or if participating by telephone, star then 6. Or sorry, star then 9. Star 9. I do see Mr. Barberine has his hand raised, but we're going to be coming back to his item in a moment. So I did speak to the daughter of the applicant, Melissa Vincent, who's named as the representative in this appeal. Last week, she indicated that they would not be pursuing this appeal, and I did email her the withdrawal forms. We did not receive signed returned withdrawal forms. So the recommended action, knowing that they weren't intending to pursue this, would be to deny due to lack of appearance.
Okay, looking for a motion to deny due to lack of appearance.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you.
For the vote, Board Member Ferris.
Yes.
Board Member Little.
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next application, 20-11156, MSWP The Palms LLC.
All right, we have Keith Jamison raising his hand. Let me open up your mic. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
No, not today. We would like to request a postponement.
Okay, do you have a date in mind?
December 6th.
Okay, any comments from the assessor's office?
The assessor would just request that the data be provided within 30 days of today.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to December 6th with the proviso that any data be provided to the assessor's office within 30 days.
Moved.
Second?
Thank you.
Give me just a moment, board members, to catch up with that motion.
Okay.
And I heard that motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. For the vote, Board Member Ferris.
Yes.
Board Member Little.
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That passes.
Thank you.
Okay, next application, 20-11157 through 11163, LSR Limited Partnership.
We have Laura Whitaker on Zoom. Laura, please unmute. There we go. Can you hear us all right?
Good morning.
I can. Good morning.
Great, good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
I am going to add to the list of not prepared at this time. And I
Okay,
did not send in any documents. But we do have some written documents that I will submit within your 30-day requirement.
okay. Do you have a date in mind? Or
Yeah, I
birth
would
date?
also choose December 6th.
Okay. Any comments from the assessor's office?
December 6th is fine, and we would request a proviso for the data to be provided within 30 days.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to December 6th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you.
All right. For the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next application 20-11164, 65, 68, 69, and 70. Thousand Oaks Marketplace LP.
All right, we have Mr. Kimmel.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
We are not. We're needing additional time and been working with the assessor's office.
Okay. Do you have a date in mind?
I believe the January date would be probably the best.
Okay. Any comments from the assessor's office?
January works for the assessor. We would request a 30-day proviso.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to January 10th with the proviso that any data requested be provided within 30 days.
Moved.
Second?
All right.
Thank you.
For the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next application 20-11190, Charles Company Delta JC LLC.
All right. If I think this is going to be West. Oh, thank you. All right. We have Wes Nichols and Lila Taylor. Please unmute and go ahead.
Yes, Wes Nichols we're at this time, we're going to ask that these appeals be withdrawn.
Okay.
Okay.
With that, no action
Do
is
they need to fill out
required.
any forms or?
Sorry, Chair Sisk, what was that?
Oh, do they need to fill out any forms or is this an official request?
Yeah, as long as Mr. Nichols, you're verbally confirming on the record that the application number 20-11190 for Charles Codelta JC LLC is withdrawn. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, no further action is needed on this item, Chair Sisk, and so we can move to item 67.
Which is the same applicant?
A slightly different name, but yes, I believe so. Mr. Nichols, are
Okay,
you
so
also
20
withdrawing application number 20-11191? Mr. Nichols, are you there?
Mr. Nichols? Is
Yes,
this your application?
we're going to withdraw this as well.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. We're just making sure we got them both. We don't miss one.
All right, and I don't think we have anything else on the agenda for you, Mr. Nichols, is that correct?
Yeah, did Lusac get withdrawn?
What was that?
Lusac Thomas?
Oh, yes,
I
that
believe
was
it was withdrawn a
withdrawn.
few weeks ago.
That was withdrawn earlier last week and did not make it onto the agenda, and then 825 Ajax LLC was withdrawn after the agenda went out, and that was covered on agenda review this morning. So I don't think you have anything else today.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next application 20-11253, Wheelhouse Holdings LLC.
All right, I think we're expecting Dan Neal. Please, oh, we got a phone caller. Let's go ahead and, phone number ending in 3341. Please press star then 6 to unmute yourself. Star then 6. There we go. And what's your name, please?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. What's your name?
Hello.
Okay, this is Daniel Neal.
Thank you.
Good morning. All right, are you prepared to move forward today?
I am.
Okay, and about how long will your presentation take?
2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, and have you forwarded information to Brandon already? Or do you have anything to present?
This presentation will be verbal only.
Okay, thank you. To the assessor's office, any comments?
The assessor hasn't had any communication with the applicant despite our numerous attempts to obtain information from them. So we're not prepared to move forward. We would ask that this be continued with a proviso that the data that he intends on sharing today be provided to the assessor within 30 days, and then hopefully we can resolve it or go to hearing next time.
Okay, do we have a date, a preferred date? Probably December because
At least December to give us time to work the case.
Okay.
Okay, so verbal only is not acceptable? Is that?
No, you need to provide them with the data that they request within 30 days of the hearing so they can process it.
Or if you could communicate to Ms. Shilley, Kristen Shilley's reached out to several times, and explain to her whatever it is you intend on explaining. If there are no documents, if you could have that conversation with her so she can see if she agrees with you that an adjustment is warranted. And then if not, we can move forward. There is documentation though. I believe one of these, this might be the new vessel, if I'm thinking of the right one, and we were looking for build sheets to see how much was spent on this. So I retract that statement. I believe there is documentation required whether or not you would intend to move forward on a hearing on verbal testimony only. The assessor requires documentation with regards to the costs for this vessel. It's all floating back to me now.
All right.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion to postpone to December 6th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
Chair Sisk, before
Was
that
it
motion,
December 6th okay with the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, so moved.
Second?
and I just wanted to confirm, I think Ms. Little just asked most of the question I was going to ask, but Mr. Neal, at the board's last hearing on March 29th, they provided a requirement that you provide the assessor with data by April 28th. And according to Ms. Hill, that deadline that the board provided was not met. Do you expect to be able to meet the board's deadline of providing the assessor with the required information within the next 30 days?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, for the vote, Board Member Ferris.
Yes.
Board Member Little. Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
While we have Mr. Neal on, his mic opened up, he's also item number 73. If we could just jump out of order to make the flow a little easier.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
So that would be item
Application
73.
20-111 or 11291. Brusco Tug and Barge Incorporated. Are you prepared to move forward on this one today, sir?
I am, however, I failed to meet the Thursday data submission requirement, and I submitted information early this morning. And so if that's unacceptable, I will need to continue.
So same deal on the last one, postpone it to December 6th?
That would be most convenient, yes.
Okay. Any comments from the assessor's office?
Kind of the same deal as the last case, but we haven't received any documentation or correspondence, so we'll need the information we've requested about this vessel in addition to whatever he was intending to present today ahead of time so we can review it and see if we can come to an agreement.
Okay, excellent. So we're looking for a motion to postpone to December 6th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
All right. For the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. All right, and thank you, Mr. Neal. You're all set.
Thank you.
Okay, next application 20-11261, Peter J. Tina M. Comfort Trust. Has anyone checked in?
If you're on Zoom for this item, please press raise hand or star then 9 to raise your hand. Star then 9. I'm not seeing anybody queuing up for this item. I did leave a message for the applicant last week and did not receive a response. They did not submit the required confirmation of appearance form, and no one is making themselves known on Zoom, so the recommended action would be to deny due to lack of appearance.
Okay, looking for a motion to deny due to lack of appearance.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, for the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next application 20-11264, Nasser Ravizada.
All right, we have Sheila Rabeza. I apologize for mispronouncing that. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Oh, it sounds
Good
like you
morning.
might have
Are you
two
prepared
devices
for
on.
today?
I'm both on the laptop and the phone is muted. Can you hear me okay?
It sounds like it's
Yeah, that's a little better, yeah. Oh.
Sounds like an echo. Yeah, I don't
if you hang up your phone, that should fix the echoing
Okay,
issue.
so I can hang up the phone and be okay? All right, I will hang up the phone. Is this better?
There we go.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, so I spoke with Brennan last week and he advised that I should request a continuance. Also, I'd love some advice because I've done this once before on the same property for my parents and years ago, and it was very easy to get a hold of the assessor and just do this informally and not deal with a hearing. But this time I sent in July the email with the description and the comps, and then I followed up multiple times on email. No one's been responding. So when I spoke to Brennan last week, he told me that my case is assigned to Josh, so email him directly. He gave me the email. I did forward the July email to Josh last week, saying, can we set up a call? No one's responding to anything that I've attempted since July. So if you have any guidance, I would love that, just to make this simple process. I would love to get it done informally.
I can address that. I apologize if you didn't receive a response to your July email. I know Mr. Courier was busy last week preparing for today's hearing, but I can assure you that he will get back to you this week to communicate with you about your case.
Okay,
And
great.
hopefully
Yeah,
we
I mean,
can
I've sort
work
of,
it out informally,
I
like you
sort
said.
of, yeah, my July email was sort of like a description. Again, we were successful in doing this years ago. We just did not understand that it's like a yearly thing that has to be done. So I'm trying to do the same thing that we did years back. I gave comps and a description, and then I'm just happy to speak about it and hopefully not need a hearing.
Yeah, I would
But
recommend.
I guess,
I would recommend reaching out to Josh tomorrow if you haven't heard from him. He does
yeah,
I believe,
I
have a
just,
case
I emailed
to
him.
present today.
Okay, I emailed him last week and I just re-emailed him this morning just saying, hi, can we set up a call? You know, I had forwarded him the July information, and so hopefully, is there somebody else, another email I copied also the
Josh
assessment
will
appeal
contact you
email?
this week, I promise.
Okay. Okay, great. So then do we just postpone this and hope that we'll get it done informally?
We should choose a date in the
Postpone it.
future and hopefully we'll resolve it before that date
Okay,
comes up.
so can we just choose January 10th so it'll be out there and then hopefully we can resolve it before that?
That's fine with the assessor.
Okay,
Great.
so we're looking for a
Thank you.
motion to postpone to January 10th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
Sure.
Chair Sisk, I wanted to
Second.
clarify. I don't know if I've heard a request for data. I wanted to clarify with Ms. Hill.
I'm going to say yes because we obviously haven't reviewed it. There was also no confirmation of appearance on this case. So if we could have a data proviso, I think once they talk this week, they'll both have a better understanding of.
What does that mean? The data? I mean, I provided comps and information in July.
Right. And I don't know if there's any kind of condition issue or things like that, or if it's sold in the past couple of years, we would request information about the condition issues or cost to cure.
No, none of that. This
things
is
like
a property my parents have owned for maybe 30 years, and it's been just sucking them dry of taxes. There's issues with there's geological issues with the land. So it's been an ongoing thing. It's unfortunately, we just weren't on top of it and didn't realize that this is something we have to do every year to keep the rate lower. So we did it years ago, and now we're trying to do that again.
So if the board wouldn't mind, as we get into cases and look at them, sometimes we do discover that there's certain things that we need. And so it could be that we need nothing to proceed. And so we'll communicate that to the applicant this week. But we would request the data proviso just to make sure that we have enough time, if there is something we need, to have it before the next hearing and be able to have time to prepare.
Okay, no
That
problem.
was it. That was in the motion.
Mhm. Okay, we want to do this again. Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to January 10th with the proviso that any data required by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
So moved.
Do we have a seconder to that motion?
Second.
All right, for the vote.
Thank
Board
you.
Member Ferris.
Yes.
Board Member Little.
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next application. 20-11282, Liberty Finance Partnership.
Great. If you're, we have a phone number ending in 1758, making themselves known. I'm going to allow you to unmute. Go ahead and press star then 6 to confirm unmute. Star then 6. Thank you. And what is your name, please?
Hi, my name's Ken Smotrys.
All right. And that's spelled Smotrys?
Correct.
All right. All right, thank you. And to confirm, you're an employee of Liberty Finance Partnership, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Chair Sisk, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Are you prepared to move forward today?
We'd like to postpone it until December 6th.
Okay. Any comments from the assessor's office?
I think Mr. Bradley had reached out to the applicant to discuss the case, and we hadn't heard back. We did receive some data. Depending on how the discussion goes, once they have the chance to connect, we may need additional data, so we would request a 30-day proviso.
Okay. So we're looking for motion to postpone to December 6th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, for the vote, Board Member Ferris?
Yes.
Board Member Little?
Aye.
Board Member Sisk?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next application, 20-11493 through 11495, RIF Investments 3 LLC.
We have Linda Sauer online for this item. Please unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi.
Good morning.
Linda Sauer.
Hi, are you prepared to move forward today?
No, I'm not. I'd like to ask for an extension or postponement till the next one, December 6th.
Okay, any comments from the assessor's office?
If we could just request a 30-day proviso.
Okay.
December is fine.
Looking for a motion to postpone to December 6th with the proviso that any data required by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
Moved.
Second.
All right, for the
Thank you.
vote, Board Member Ferris.
Yes.
Board Member Little.
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, application 20-11517 through 11532, MRT Services Company.
We have Justin.
Does anyone
Hyland.
check in?
Yes, this is Justin Hyland with MRT.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
Yes, we are, but I believe the assessor's office may be requesting a continuance on this item.
Okay, and any comments from the assessor's office?
The assessor is requesting a continuance. We received some data less than 30 days prior to the hearing. It's a fairly complex case. It's the canal that goes from the decommissioned power plant in Oxnard through the main channel of the Channel Islands Harbor. So it's a really unique appraisal problem, and we just need a little bit more time to review what the applicant has given us and come up with, determine what the appropriate methodology is moving forward
Okay.
to value this.
Do you have a date in mind?
We would prefer December or January. Either one should be fine.
Okay. Does the applicant have a preference?
I'd like December if possible.
Okay. We're looking for a motion to postpone to December 6th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
So moved.
Second.
For the vote, Board Member Ferris.
Yes.
Board Member Little.
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
That would take us to item 94. Chair Sisk,
Okay.
for item number 94, application number 19-11332, Saticore Properties LLC. I had a conversation with the applicant's attorney late last week. This case has been rescheduled several times as the attorney would like an in-person hearing, but did not want an indefinite tolling like we're doing with the other cases. So we kind of just keep hopping it out a few months at a time in hopes that there'll be a in-person option. So at this time, I've worked with the applicant's attorney and we're going to continue it tentatively to January 10th, 2022 in the hopes that we can have an in-person hearing at that time.
Okay. Do we need to pass a motion for that or?
Yes, so it'd be, and this is just a validity hearing on whether or not your board can even accept the application, so there isn't any data to discuss at this time. So it would just be a motion to continue to January 10th, 2022.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to January 10th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, for the vote, Board Member Ferris.
Yes.
Board Member Little.
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you. For the findings of fact, item number 95, these are all the findings of fact that have been issued since your last hearing in July. Recommend action is that you make a motion to receive and file items 96 through 100.
I so move.
Second.
All right, for the vote, Board Member Ferris.
Yes.
Board Member Little.
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you. And then lastly, we have the regular stipulations. items 102 through 151. These have been provided to your board on Friday for review. Unless your board has questions, the recommended action is to approve all stipulations.
Any comments or questions from the board?
No, I received them and reviewed them.
You do? Okay.
I've also reviewed.
Okay, looking for a motion to approve.
Second,
Thank you.
For the vote, Board Member Ferris.
yes.
Board Member Little. Board Member Little.
Aye.
Thank you. Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you. So that completes our initial run through. I don't think there's anyone on Zoom that we haven't addressed. If there's anybody on Zoom that we have not spoken to, please raise your hand now. And I think there's just, let's see. There's someone on Zoom through their computer just identified as Ken. I'm not sure if that's Ken Smotrys that we already spoke to, so let's just check in. You should have a prompt to unmute yourself now. A person on Zoom identified as Ken, please unmute. They are not unmuting. I'm gonna open up the phone line for Ken Smotrys again, just to see if it's him. Can you press star then 6 to unmute Mr. Smotrys? Okay, we are not getting a response on either. Unidentified person under name of Ken on Zoom that we've given the opportunity to address the board and has not unmuted themselves. So we'll go ahead and disable their microphone, and if they decide to come on later, they can raise their hand. We do have Michael Barberine who's raised his hand. Can we check in with him real quick? Mr. Barberine, you have your hand raised. Is there something you need to address with the board?
Just a comment. My naivete in this type of event was such that I was curious as to why we just didn't proceed with me and my cases, why we were on earlier. But evidently you do a run through and then carve out what you can and then go back. So I'm just wondering what sort of timeline I should have marked off for this hearing.
Great question. So Chair Sisk, what we have moving forward today, and we were going to recap this anyway. First, we have the hearing for Cisco Corporation and subsidiaries. Second, we have GI Industries and Waste Management. Third, we have CBC Federal Credit Union, which will be Mr. Barbarine's. And then fourth, we will have Tom Baroni, represented by Hamid Lashkari. And fifth, we will have Social Betterment Properties International for Mr. Badeau. And then sixth, we will have Mr. Gomez if he returns. So I estimate that will put, we should get to, the first three cases are all related to penalty assessments and should go very quickly, 30 to 45 minutes each. So Mr. Barberine, that puts us about noon time when we will begin hearing your case approximately. There's a chance that the board will get to it before the lunch if the two cases in front of you move quickly. So Chair Sisk, and I would recommend that the cases after that being Hamid Lashkari for Tom Baroni and Andrew Badeau for for Social Betterment, that we hear those after the lunch hour. Does that sound good to the board?
That's fine. Whatever you recommend, Brendan.
Yeah, I can't imagine us getting through all of these cases before the lunch hour. I think we can, if we move quickly, we can get through CBC Credit Union, but that's, just a little over an hour to get through 3 cases on penalty assessment. So I would say for sure we should probably be able to get through the first 2, and I would say Mr. Barberine should be on standby, and because we might have time to get to his before lunch. But the others, I definitely don't think we'll get to them before lunch.
Okay.
All right. So with that, Mr. Barberine, did that answer your question?
Thank you, yes.
All right. So please stand by. Thank you. All right, so board members, I'll get everything queued up. We're going to start with item number 19.
Do we want to take a quick break before we start? Anyone
Yeah.
want a 5-minute recess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, great. What time is it? It's 10:45. Should we be back here at 10:50?
That's fine.
Okay.
All right. We're in recess.
What is the order?
Mr. Torchuk, apologize, I know I'm mispronouncing it. If you're there, please accept the invitation to be promoted to panelist. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Chair Sisk, are you ready to go back on the record?
I am ready. Are we all set?
Yes, I believe
Ready.
so. All right, we're back on the record. And we're at item number 19 for application number 19-11308, Cisco Cisco Corporation and subsidiaries. And I will now, let's see, I don't see anyone from the assessor's office. Are you ready, assessor's office?
Yeah, this is Todd Court from the assessor's office. I am ready.
All right, thank you. So I'll place the assessor's representatives as well as applicant's representatives under oath. Please raise your right arm. When you complete raising your oath, when you complete stating your oath, please state I do. You and each of you do solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give and the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Board members and applicant and assessors representatives, in the Zoom chat, if you find your way there, I've sent a link where you can access the file share for this case. At that link, as evidence are submitted into record, they will appear there. I've also submitted the full file through Zoom file share, so you can select that to open the file itself. So far, we've submitted the application into the record, which I will put up on the screen. And we can start with a brief overview of the issues from the assessor.
Just tell me when you're ready, Brendan.
Go ahead.
You're ready.
Okay, so I had a little memorandum before the presentation, and I was just going over the value reduction.
So Todd, at this point,
basically states
sorry, Mr. Court, we'd just be looking for a brief overview of the issues to be addressed today.
Okay. Yeah, the issue is we did a value reduction. The applicant is just contesting the 10% penalty for not filling out Part 1G of the 570 business property statement. That's the issue.
Okay. And if I understand correctly, Mr. Court, the assessor's office goes first because they have the burden to prove that the penalty was properly imposed. Is that correct? And then the burden will shift?
That is correct.
Okay. So would you like me to admit your Exhibit 1 into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Give me just a moment.
So this is just pretty much what I was going to state is we've come to an agreement for a reduced assessment. We follow the correct lives based on the California Assessors Association. So basically, there was some misclassification of property on the business property statement for lien date 2019. The CEA does not have a recommendation for the refrigeration equipment. However, we do have an in-house 12-year industrial life that we used. So that was the majority of the value reduction was the incorrect lives were used. was a 15-year life. Now we're bringing it down to a 12-year life. So the value prior to the 10% value penalty would have been $3,086,600. With the 10% penalty, it's $3,395,260. The total enrolled value with the 10% penalty is $4,289,890. So we can move forward to that unless the board has a question about that.
I believe we're okay. No one has any questions. Doesn't appear.
Okay, I'll assume we're moving forward since there's no questions. I'd actually like to jump to page 4. Brendan?
This
And we'll just
page?
start there.
Where it says page 4 at the bottom, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my header and footer on the bottom.
Okay. So
As
we got a page 3 here and a page 4 at the bottom. Is this the right page?
that's correct, sir. We're gonna go by the red.
Okay, thank you.
As Brendan's already discussed, the burden of proof lies with the assessor for establishing the basis for the imposition of a penalty assessment. However, the burden of proof is on the taxpayer to establish reasonable cause for abatement of the penalty. And there's a appeal case here. And then I'm briefly going to go over the relevant dates again. This appeal is for lien date 2019. I'll start with February 15th, line item number 1. The applicant was sent notice from the assessor's office. They can file electronically. The 2019
Mr. Court,
business
can you
property
speak a little louder, please?
Okay, let me see. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's just very faint. So if you could just raise your voice a little louder.
I'm trying. I apologize. I'm a little hoarse today. I'll do the best I can.
Thank you.
So do you want me to just go over the? Okay. So the applicant was sent notice from the assessor's office. They can file electronically the 2019 business property statement through our ESDR, which stands for Electronic Standard Data Record, also known as e-filing, in Ventura County. Each notice contains an insert labeled important notices, which reminds each taxpayer who can sign a property statement and completing Part 1G on the 570L and explanation on how to report legal entity ownership changes when the ownership changes occurs. We haven't received anything by April 1st. That's the deadline to file the business property statement without any penalties. April 15th, a final notice was sent April 15th to request a 2019 571L filing for those taxpayers who hadn't filed by April 1st. This time we sent a paper copy of the 2019 571 business property statement, which again is accompanied by the important notices, which reminds the applicant that the property statement needs to be filled out completely. May 7th is the final due date to return the 2019 business property statement before the 10% penalty is applied. And then on May 8th, our staff received the applicant's 2019 571 property statement, which was postmarked May 6, 2019, but was not considered a timely filing due to the failure to complete Part 1G. And these are all my exhibits if you want to go over them later on. And so we'll skip to my summary, which is page 5. Here on the summary, the agent, Paul Turchik, is contesting the penalties added to the subject's assessments for lien date 2019 for failure to file the business property statement correctly and timely, which for lien date 2019 was Tuesday, May 7th. On or about February 15, 2019, the assessor mailed an applicant an e-filing 2019 business property statement letter, which informs the applicant they can file their 571L electronically E-filing enables the applicant to quickly and easily submit their 571L via the internet using a standard browser. Whether the applicant is at home or at office, they can file their annual 2019 571L at a convenient time. Each notice is accompanied with a letter which reminds the taxpayer of the following: the authorized signature on the form, completion of Part 1 on the 571L, and reporting of legal entity ownership changes. And I just want to remind the board, this property, I believe, is secured, and that's why it's important that we have Part 1 completed so we can determine if there's a legal entity ownership change. Section 441A specifically states each person owning taxable personal property other than a manufactured home subject to Part 13 and having an aggregate cost of $100,000 or more for any assessment year shall file a property statement with the assessor. So basically what it says is whether we send you one or not, if you have taxable, tangible personal property, you have to file with the assessor. Again, this taxpayer was sent 2 notices, one on February 15th and one on April 15th. And then I'm going to skip down, let's see. Section 441B specifically states the property statement shall be declared to be true under penalty and perjury and filed annually with the assessor between the lien date and 5 p.m. on April 1st. The penalty provided by Section 463 applies for property statements not filed by May 7th. If May 7th falls on a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday, a property statement that is mailed and postmarked on the next business day shall deemed to have been filed between the lien dates 5 p.m. and May 7th. And so that wasn't an issue. May 7th was Tuesday. Now I'm going to skip down to Section 441G specifically states the assessor may refuse to accept any property statement the assessor determines to be an error. May 7th, while the assessor did receive the applicant's 571L on May 8th, which was postmarked May 6, 2019, it was rejected as Part 1G on the 571L was not completed. Per Revenue and Taxation Code 441, Section G allows the assessor to refuse to accept any property statement the assessor determines to be an error. Basically, it was our opinion that because the Part 1 was not filled out correctly, even though they did send it May 6th via mail, it's not a complete statement. Therefore, it's inaccurate, and the 10% penalty applies. Section 463 specifically states if any person who is required by law or is requested by the assessor to make an annual property statement fails to file an annual property statement within the time limit specified by Section 441 or make and subscribe the affidavit respecting his or her name and place of residence, a penalty of 10% of the assessed value of the unreported taxable tangible property of that person placed on the current roll shall be added to the assessment made on the current roll. So that gives the assessor the authority to add the 10% penalty. Next, we'll go to my analysis. And in order to abate the penalty, applicant needs to establish to the satisfaction of the Assessment Appeals Board both of the following 2 elements. The late filing was due to a reasonable cause, and the late filing was not due to willful neglect. And then we'll go to page 7. The annual property statement filings, particularly for those businesses accounts that are secured, which means the business and the landowner are the same entity, can be a significant source of information for county assessors to discover entities that experience a change in control. The personal property PP section follows the county assessor only CAO letter, which is not in the exhibit, each year by forwarding to the transfer section all property statements where taxpayers indicated a change in ownership. Since Cisco's property statement is secured, it becomes important for the taxpayer to answer the question in Part 1G regarding the changes in real property ownership. The 2019 property statement was received on 5/8/19, so there was no, excuse me, that should be no. There was no time to return the statement prior to the 5/7/19 delinquency date for the taxpayer to complete Part 1G questions. Had the taxpayer filed a week earlier, or actually by April 1st, there would have been time to complete Part 1G before the delinquency date. The statement was therefore penalized for failure to complete Part 1G. And penalizing the statement is laid as incomplete. The PP section is merely following the steps necessary to adhere to the CAO BOE letter. There has been significant case law regarding reasonable cause and the taxpayer's burden to provide required documentation. The attached law summary is provided in Exhibit E. Including the summary are the following standards. Okay, so the burden of proof is on the taxpayer to establish reasonable cause for abatement of the penalty. The burden of proof is on the taxpayer to show that reasonable cause exists to support abatement of the penalty. Line item number 2, taxpayer's responsibility to file, return, and or to respond to notice and demand of the or request for information. Even if the taxpayer is unaware of a filing requirement, ignorance of the law is not an excuse for failing to file a timely return. Line item number 3, difficulty in obtaining information or that's on the next page, Brendan. Sorry about that, I went too fast. Difficulty in obtaining information or documents needed to file the return, respond to the notice and demand, or respond to the request for information. A states, generally a taxpayer's inability to file a return by the due date, provide a time to a notice and demand, or furnish requested information because of lack of necessary information or documents is not considered reasonable cause. The next paragraph, in the United States versus Boyle, Exhibit E, the court found the failure to make a timely filing of a tax return is not excused by the taxpayer's reliance on an agent, and such reliance is not reasonable cause. In this case, the court found to escape the penalty, the taxpayer bears the heavy burden of proving both, 1, that the failure did not result from willful neglect, and 2, that the failure was due to reasonable cause. Reliance by a layperson on a lawyer is of course common, but that reliance cannot function as a substitute for compliance with an unambiguous statute. Again, that's Exhibit F. Section 463, I'll just reread it again. If the assessee established satisfaction to the County Board of Equalization or the Assessment Appeals Board that the failure to file a property statement within the time required by Section 441 was due to reasonable cause and circumstances beyond the assessee's control and occurred notwithstanding the exercise of ordinary care in the absence of willful neglect, it may order the penalty abated, provided the assessee has filed with the county board written application for abatement of the penalty within the time prescribed by law for filing of applications for assessment reductions. So the last few paragraphs, the applicant was penalized the prior lien date for not filing Part 1G, although it was postmarked 5/6/21. Excuse me, it should be 5/6/19, not 21. I apologize for that. It was considered incomplete and therefore not timely. The assessor finds the applicant is knowledgeable and of the requirements to annually file and fill out correctly a 571L with our office. If an assessee fails to file an annual property statement timely but can prove to the Assessment Appeals Board that this failure was due to reasonable cause and circumstances beyond the assessee's control, notwithstanding the exercise of ordinary care in the absence of willful neglect, the board may abate the penalty. However, these are not the grounds on which the applicant requests abatement of the penalty, and there are no other grounds that would justify abating the penalty. My conclusion is my closing. If you want me to read it now, Brendan, I can, or I can come back to it.
Go ahead with whatever you'd like to do, Mr. Court.
All right, well, so my conclusion is my closing. It's the assessor's understanding is that the applicant in these appeals is contesting only the penalty itself, not the value of which the penalty is based. The assessor therefore requests that the Assessment Appeals Board find the penalty assessment added pursuant to Revenue Taxation Code 463 is valid, that no abatement of the penalty is justified, and that no cancellation of the penalty is justified on any grounds. And that's our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant have any questions of the assessor's presentation at this moment?
This is Pavel Torchak, agent for the applicant. No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, does the board have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
Of the assessors?
Yeah, the assessors, thank you, yes.
Yes, quick question. If the applicant did own the property in 2018 or any of the prior years, were the forms filled out timely on the prior years?
You know, I didn't look at the 2018, but I know for lien date 2020, it was not. We started enforcing the penalty starting with lien date 2019. After the CAO came out with a recommendation to the assessor of why it should be filled out. Again, that letter is not in your exhibit. I can't release it. It's only for the county assessor. But so starting in date 2019, our office started penalizing the applicants who were secured, and beginning with lien date 2019, if they didn't fill out the Part 1G completely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, I believe now it's time for the applicant to present their side.
All right, applicants' exhibits have been entered into the record through Zoom chat. They've also been refreshed at the folder. If you're accessing via the folder, just hit refresh to see those. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. And thank you to the assessor for the presentation as well. He's right. We are not, we've come to an agreement on the actual value itself, but we are only contesting the penalty. The exhibit that I've uploaded here, or that's in front of you, is the first page of each return for this location. And it consists of this 2017 return, the 2018 return, and the 2020 return. As was just mentioned, the 2019 penalty enforcement for Part 1G was started in 2019. And in prior years, and there was no change in ownership in 2019 to report or any kind of transaction. In the 2017 and 2018 return, you can see Part 1G was not being filled out by the taxpayer. And in 2020, once we did receive notification, or once we understood that the office is enforcing this penalty in 2019 and forward, our office has began making this change in 2020 on the 2020 return and moving on. So, we were asking this board essentially to remove the penalty based on the fact that in prior years, this penalty was not enforced. There was no sort of change in ownership in 2019 to report. And once our office did receive notice that this is an enforceable penalty, and then that we would be penalized going forward, we did make that change in 2020 and on. So we're asking this board essentially to remove the penalty for 2019, given the fact we did make a change and previously that section was not being filled out.
Okay, is that all of the presentation?
Yes, essentially.
Okay. Does the assessor's office have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
The only question I have for you, Mr. Torchak, isn't it true that the actual filing due date is April 1st and the 2019 571 could have been filed timely and sent back? Do you fill out that Part 1G?
Yes, certainly. If it was provided to your office earlier, we would have made that change prior to the 5/7 date. But given the last minute nature of the return filed, we weren't given that opportunity to make the correction. Certainly, had it been filed earlier, we would have made the correction, and the 2019 penalty could have been resolved that way. But given that it was a last minute return, there was no time to make that correction.
The assessor doesn't have any more questions.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
I have a couple of questions. To the applicant, did you receive the letters that were sent out in February and April stating that that you could file E-file?
Well, I don't want to speak for the representative who did file the appeal. Unfortunately, that wasn't me. I'm here on behalf of the applicant for the appeal only. So I can't answer that since I wasn't the one receiving those notices and filing the appeals.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the assessor's office or the board? Okay, now it is time for you to present your closing statements. So, Mr. Torchak, I believe you get to go first.
Sure. Just to kind of summarize what the appeal was, we're only appealing the penalty. In prior years, we were not penalized for not filling out Section 1G of the return. Once we received notice that this would be penalized, we made that correction and began filing that section in years following the notice. Had we filed earlier, we would have made that change for the 2019 notice if we were allotted that, but we did not have the opportunity to. So we're asking this board to remove that penalty.
Okay, thank you. And to the assessor's office, do you have any closing statements?
I kind of went on my closing statement, but I'll reiterate that another closing statement that the applicant could have filed by April 1st. They could have filed electronically. This whole thing could have been avoided if they filed timely by April 1st. They were sent another notice on April 15th. They could have filed in April. They waited to the last minute. It was postmarked May 6th. There was no time to return to filing, so therefore it's an inaccurate statement and it's not considered timely filing. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
I believe what we'll do is the board will take this into deliberation at the end of the day. And then we'll let Brandon know of our decision later at the end of the day, and Brandon will inform both of you guys of our decision. Because we have quite a bit to get through today, so we can't keep going back and forth. So let's try to roll through everything else as much as we can today. But yeah, thank you both for your presentations. We'll take it into consideration behind closed doors and let you know of our decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, board members, so that would take us next to items 22 and 23. Which the parties agreed to be heard together, which your applications are 210443 and 210444 for GI Industries and Waste Management of California. Let's see, we have Mr. Thacker on Zoom for this item. Let's see, there you go. If you could please go ahead and unmute, just confirm you're there.
Let me see if I can figure that out.
There we go. We can hear
Brandon,
you.
would it be okay I was going to give a glass of water. Can you give me 2 minutes? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll be right back. Thank you.
While we're taking this brief break, I will submit the case information into the record so that everyone can start queuing that up. Give me just a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can we verify that Ms. Gardner would be available from County Council for our deliberations after the hearing?
Hello.
Yes, I have a hard stop at 5, but otherwise,
Okay. Well, my brain's gonna shut down then anyway, so we're fine.
we all turn into pumpkins.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah.
You.
All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, this is Todd Court. I am back. Thank you for giving me a couple minutes.
Yeah, and give me just
No
a
problem.
moment, Todd, to finish getting everything ready. All right, Mr. Thacker, I'm going to place you under oath. Please raise your right arm. You do solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give and the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. All right, everybody, I've submitted the assessor's exhibit into evidence. You can access that through the Zoom chat. We have the application on the screen. This is very similar to our last case where the only issue is whether or not your board should abate the 10% assessment penalty, and we'll turn it over to Mr. Court.
Okay, it's pretty much like the last case. The applicant did not complete Part 1G of the property statement. Therefore, a 10% penalty was applied to the assessed value as it's an inaccurate statement. Therefore, it's incomplete, and therefore the 10% penalty was added to the applicant's assessment. And the burden of proof, as the last case, pursuant to Rule 321C, the assessor has the burden of establishing the basis for imposition of a penalty assessment. However, the burden of proof is on the taxpayer to establish reasonable cause for abatement of the penalty. And again, I'll just go through the relevant dates. We are starting with page 4, which Brendan has on the screen. We'll start with January 21st, the relevant dates for calendar year 2020. The applicant was sent 571 business property statement for both locations. Each statement contains an insert labeled important notices, which reminds each taxpayer who can sign a property statement and completing Part 1 on the 571L and explanation on how to report legal and any ownership changes when a change in ownership occurs. April 1st is the actual deadline for filing the business property statement, otherwise known as the 571L. April 15th, a final notice was sent April 15th to request a 571 filing for those taxpayers who hadn't filed April 1st. May 4th, the State Board of Equalization issued LTA 2020-22, which stated Revenue and Taxation Code 441K to allow assessors to accept the filing of property statements through the use of electronic media. So back in just a little brief history here. So back in the day, we would accept faxes. Now you can PDF your property statement and then send it to the assessor's office via the internet through email. May 6th, Governor Newsom, by Executive Order N6120, extended the tax filing deadline for business property statement from May 7th, 2020 to May 31st, 2020. So May 31st falls on a Sunday. A property statement that is mailed, postmarked on the next business day, which is Monday, June 1st, 2020, shall be deemed to have been filed timely. May 7th, this is the typical final due date to return business property statement 571L before the 10% penalty is applied. However, in this case, it was extended by executive order. Again, that was June 1st. May 7th, the applicant filed a property statement with her county, but were returned to the applicant on May 21st to complete Part 1G on the 571L. June 1st was the deadline to filing a business property statement within a time limit specified by Ordinance N6120 was due. June 8th, the applicant returned both statements with Part 1G filled out via email The 10% penalty was applied, so it was emailed June 8th. It was 7 days after June 1st, so the 10% penalty was applied. I'll go through the summary. Again, that's page 5, Brendan. Okay, so the agent, Doug Thacker, is contesting the penalties added to the subject assessments for lien date 2020 for failure to file the 2020 business property statement timely as Part 1G was not completed, which for lien date 2020 was Monday, June 1st. On or about January 21st, 2020, the assessor mailed the applicant a 2020 571 business property statement. Each property statement is accompanied with a letter. It's an Exhibit C, which reminds the taxpayer of the following: authorized signature on the form, completion of Part 1 on the 571 form, and reporting of legal entity ownership changes. Section 441A specifically states each person owning taxable personal property other than a manufactured home, subject to Part 13, having an aggregate cost of $100,000 or more for any assessment year shall file a signed property statement with the assessor. The applicant is well over $100,000. They were sent property statements. I'm going to skip the rest of it since the property statement was sent. So we'll go to page 6. Section 441B specifically states the property statement shall be declared to be true under the penalty of perjury and filed annually with the assessor between the lien date and 5 p.m. on April 1st. The penalty provided by Section 463 applies for property statements not filed by May 7th. If May 7th falls on a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday, the property statement that is mailed and postmarked on the next business day shall be deemed up and filed between lien date 5 p.m. and May 7th. And as I already talked about, the governor did extend it to, which was actually May 31st, which was a Sunday, but June 1st was Monday. So it's really June 1st. 441G specifically states the assessor may refuse to accept any property statement the assessor determines to be an error. As I talked about earlier, May 4th, the State Board of Equalization issued LTA 2020-22, which stated Revenue Taxation Code 441K to allow assessors to accept the filing of property statements through the use of electronic media. Again, this allows any taxpayer to send a regular business property statement via email to our county email at assessor.info@ventura.org. May 6th, Governor Gavin Newsom signed Executive Order N6160, extending the tax filing deadline for the business property statement for May 7th, 2020 to May 31st, 2020. And as I stated earlier, May 31st fell on a Sunday. So the next day, which was June 1st, Monday, would have been the last due date. I'm going to skip over to page 7, Brendan. May 7th, while the assessor did receive the applicant's 571 on May 7th, it was rejected as Part 1G on the 571L was not completed. Per Revenue Taxation Code 451, Section G allows the assessor to refuse to accept any property statement the assessor determines to be an error. Section 463 specifically states if any person who is required by law or is requested by the assessor to make an annual property statement fails to file an annual property statement within the time limit specified by Section 441 or make and subscribe the affidavit respecting his or her name and place of residence, a penalty of 10% of the assessed value of the unreported taxable tangible property of that person placed on the current roll shall be added to the assessment made to the current roll. June 9th, the applicant filed via email their 2020 business property statement, which was late. A 10% penalty was applied to the applicant's assessed value. So I just kind of want to touch on that. On what we did is we returned just the front pages of the property statement to the taxpayer. And all they had to do was return the front page, part 1, filled out by June 1st. Other than that, the property statement would have been accepted. Analysis. In order to abate the penalty, the applicant needs to establish to the satisfaction of the Assessment Appeals Board both the following 2 elements. The late filing was due to reasonable cause, and the late filing was due to willful neglect. The annual property statement filings, particularly for those business accounts that are secured, can be a significant source of information for county assessors to discover entities that experience a change in ownership, a change in control. Excuse me. The personal property section, PP section, follows the county assessor only letter each year by forwarding to the transfer section all property statements where taxpayers indicated a change in ownership. Since the applicant's property statement is secured, it becomes important for the taxpayer to answer the question in Part G regarding changes in real property ownership. The 2020 property statement was received 5/7/2019, which was returned to the applicant on 5/21. Excuse me. Okay, so that it should be 5/7/2020, and it was returned to the applicant 5/21/20. I apologize; those dates are incorrect. To complete Part 1G questions, the due date had been extended to June 1st. The taxpayer returned the statement June 8th, which was filed by email. The statement was therefore penalized for failure to file timely. In penalizing the statement as late as incomplete, the PP section is merely following steps necessary to adhere to the CAOBOE letter. There has been significant case law regarding reasonable cause and the taxpayer's burden to provide required documentation. The attached law summary is provided in Exhibit C. Included in the summary are the following standards. The burden of proof is on the taxpayer to establish reasonable cause for abatement of penalty. The burden of proof is on the taxpayer to show that reasonable cause exists to support abatement of the penalty. Number 2, taxpayer's responsibility to file, return in, or to respond to notice and demand or request for information. Even if the taxpayer is unaware of a filing requirement, ignorance of the law is not an excuse for failing to file a timely return. Difficulty in obtaining information or documents needs to file, return, respond to notices and demands, or respond to the request for information. Generally, a taxpayer's inability to file a return by the due date, provide a timely response to a notice and demand, or furnish requested information because of a lack of necessary information or documents is not considered reasonable cause. I think we're on page 9, Brendan. Okay, in the United States versus Boyle, that's Exhibit E, the court found the failure to make a timely filing of a tax return is not excused by the taxpayer's reliance on an agent, and such reliance is not reasonable cause. In this case, the court found to escape the penalty, the taxpayer bears the heavy burden of providing both, 1, that the failure did not result from willful neglect, and 2, the failure was due to a reasonable cause. Reliance by a layperson on is of course common, but that reliance cannot function as a substitute for compliance with the unambiguous statute. That's Exhibit K. Section 463 specifically states if the assessee established to the satisfaction of the County Board of Equalization or the Assessment Appeals Board that the failure to file a property statement within the time required by Section 441 was due to reasonable cause and circumstances beyond the assessee's control and occurred notwithstanding the exercise of ordinary care in the absence of willful neglect, it may order the penalty abated, provided the assessee has filed with the county board written application for abatement of the penalty within the time prescribed law for filing of an application for assessment reductions, and that's in Exhibit J. And the applicant was penalized the prior lien date 2019 for not filing Part 1G, although it was postmarked 5/6/20. Again, I apologize. It was postmarked 5/6/19. It was considered incomplete and therefore not found timely filed. The assessor opines the applicant is knowledgeable of the requirements to annually file and fill out correctly a 571L with her office. If an assessee fails to file an annual property statement timely but can prove to the Assessment Appeals Board that this failure was due to reasonable cause and circumstances beyond the assessee's control, notwithstanding the exercise of ordinary care in the absence of willful neglect, the board may abate the penalty. And the next page, Brendan, and it says, however, these are not grounds on which the applicant requests abatement of the penalty, and there are no other grounds that would justify abating the penalty. Again, my conclusion is my closing. I'll just read it now. The assessor's understanding is that the applicant in these appeals is contesting only the penalty itself, not the value on which the penalty is based. The assessor therefore requests that the Assessment Appeals Board find the penalty assessment added pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code Section 463 is valid, that no abatement of the penalty is justified, and that no cancellation of the penalty is justified on any grounds. And that concludes the assessor's presentation. Does the board have any questions?
No.
Mr. Sisk, you're still on mute.
Thank you. I had a little sneeze fit a while ago. Okay, does the applicant have any questions of the assessor's office presentation?
No, I do not.
Okay, does the board have any questions of the assessor's office presentation?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you. I guess now it's time for Mr. Thacker to present your side.
Yes, I would just like to say thank you for the appraiser's representative to go over the timeline. And I think the good cause reason on why these were returned late to the assessor's office was a delay in the post office. As soon as we received the forms that the assessor mailed back to us, they were promptly emailed back to the assessor's office. Unfortunately, we received those after the filing deadline. So, once they're in the mail, I have no control over that I'm going to get them in 3 days or 4 days or 5 days. If they would have been returned on May 8th in the mail, we may have had time to receive them in the mail and emailed back, so they would have been done timely. But in this case, I think the blame goes 100% to the U.S. Postal Service.
Okay, thank you. Does the assessor's office have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
Yeah, very similar to the last one. Isn't it true, Mr. Thacker, that your client could have filed by April 1st? And if so, could they have filed the second property statement that was sent April 15th? So there's two questions.
Yes, they could have, but Governor Newman extended the filing deadline till May 30th. So it's like filing your income tax return. Yeah, they're due April 15th, but most people file them on April 15th. They don't file them on January 1. That's just a date. I think if the legislators wanted them to be received by April 1st, that would be the date, and there would be no other filing options.
The assessor has no more questions.
Okay, thank you.
Real quickly,
Does the board have any? Yes?
Mr. Thacker, I just want to make sure, because you've submitted documents, but we didn't cover them. Just real quickly, anything you wanted to tell the board about your 2 documents you submitted for these 2 appeals?
The final page is the actual copy of the 571L. And you can see there that they are dated received timely by the assessor's office on May 7th. And they're both answered in the negative. So there was no change of ownership. So I'm getting penalized for answering no. So I would think no response would be no. Now, if there was a change in ownership and I didn't respond or I answered no, yeah, I agree, there should be a penalty. But when there is no change, there is no, and you don't answer, the answer should be taken as no, there was no change. So.
Okay, thank you. I just want, and the exhibit for the second
That's my
property is the same, pretty much just for that different property. Back
Okay,
to you, Chair
correct.
Sisk.
Okay, so do you have any closing arguments to make, or does that pretty much wrap it up for you?
I just would pray that the board would remove the penalty, and that's my closing statement.
Okay, thank you. Assessor's office, if you have any closing statements?
Yeah, I'll make another closing statement. This applicant was afforded various opportunities to file on time. We did send it back. It was around 5/20, 5/21, I believe I wrote in my, May 21st, excuse me. We did send it back. We did get it June 8th, but what I'm trying to say is that there was ample opportunity that if they had filed April 1st or April 15th, or even May 1st, there would have been more opportunity to the taxpayer to complete Part 1G if they had just adhered to the normal filing dates. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And just like the other penalty abatement case, we'll hear this behind closed doors. We'll inform Brandon of our decision, and he will let you know of our decision.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
All right, board members, I think we can get through the last bit of this similar issue case before lunchtime. Item 41 through 45. Application numbers 210994, 995, and 997 through 999 for CBC Federal Credit Union. Would you like to try to get this one done now? It's a similar issue as the last 2 cases.
If you think we can get through it in time, yeah, that's fine with me. Is that okay with the board and the assessor's office?
I don't have an issue with it.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Barberine, please accept the invitation to be promoted to a panelist. Thank you. All right, give me just a moment to put the evidence into record. And Mr. Court, you have the burden of proof on this one as well?
That is true.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, Brendan.
Yeah, give me just a moment. I just wanted to make sure I put the
Okay.
exhibits.
All right. Yes, that's true.
Okay. All right. In the Zoom chat, a link has been provided, and I will also provide the full files. First, a copy of the application and the assessor's presentation. As previously stated, there are no exhibits from the applicant, so all exhibits have been submitted now. First up on the screen, I'll just show you a copy of the application. Actually, there are several applications. On all of them, the sole issue is whether or not the 10% penalty should be abated. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Court to begin his presentation. Actually, sorry, let me back up. I do need to push Mr. Barbadine under oath. Mr. Barbadine, please raise your right arm. When I complete reading your oath, please state I do. You solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Court, turn it over to you.
Okay, so burden of proof. Pursuant to Rule 321C, the assessor has the burden of establishing the basis for imposition of a penalty assessment. Pardon me. However, the burden of proof is on the taxpayer to establish reasonable cause and abatement of the penalty. And unlike the last two cases, this is a penalty for non-filing. So I'll go over the relevant dates, which are on page 4 of calendar year 2020. And we'll start with January 21st. The applicant was sent 571L business property statement for 5 of the 6 locations in Ventura County. February 7th, the applicant was sent notice from the assessor's office they can electronically file a 2020 business property statement via ESDR. Again, that stands for Electronic Standard Data Record, also known as e-filing for the 6th location in Ventura County. April 1st is the deadline for filing a business property statement 571L. April 15th, a final notice was sent April 15th to request a 575 for those taxpayers who hadn't filed by April 1st. The applicant had not filed anything with our office by that date. May 4th, the State Board of Equalization issued LTA 2020-22, which stated Revenue and Taxation Code 441K to allow assessors to accept the filing of a property statement through the use of electronic media. Again, you can file your property statement, PDF it, send it to our staff via email. May 6th, Governor Newsom, by Executive Order N6120, extended the tax filing deadline for business property statements from May 7, 2020 to May 31st, 2020. May 31st falls on a Sunday. A property statement that is mailed or postmarked on the next business day, which is Monday, June 1st, 2020, shall be deemed to have been filed timely. May 7th, the final due date to return the business property statement before the 10% penalty is applied. Applicant did not file on or before May 7th. June 1st, which is the next page, Brendan, page 5. June 1st, deadline for filing a business property statement within the time limit specified by ordinance N6120 was due. The applicant had not sent in their 571L or filed by ESDR. Number 9, a non-filer estimate. The applicant did not file a business property statement within our county. Our staff used the applicant's prior year's 571L reporting the estimated value for lien date 2020. And on top of that, a 10% penalty was applied, and that's in Exhibit E. We'll go through the summary. The CBC Federal Credit Union has 6 locations throughout Ventura County, but it is only contesting the 10% penalty for 5 of the 6 locations. CBC Federal Credit Union is contesting the penalties added to the subjects of assessments for lien date 2020 for failure to file business property statement timely, which for lien date 2020 was Monday, June 1st. For 5 of the 6 locations the applicant has in our county, our office sent a 2020 570 business property statement on or about June 21st, 2020. For the remaining location, on or about February 7th, 2020, the assessor mailed the applicant an e-filing 2020 business property statement letter, which informs the applicant they can file their 571L electronically. E-filing enables the applicant to quickly and easily submit their annual 571L via the internet using a standard browser. Whether the applicant is at home or in office, they can file their annual 2020 571 at a convenient time. 441A, each person owning taxable personal property other than their manufactured home subject to Part 13, having an aggregate cost of $100,000 or more for any assessment year shall file a signed property statement with the assessor This applicant did have over $100,000 of equipment for all locations. So he was required to file a property statement even if we didn't send him one. Of course, we did send him one. Every person owning personal property that does not require the filing of the property statement or real property shall, upon the request of the assessor, file a signed property statement. Failure of the assessor to request or secure property statement does not render any assessment invalid. As I reiterated, we did send property statements for all locations. The next page, Brendan, page 6. The letter also states the business property statements are due April 1st, 2020, but the last day before the 10% penalty applied is May 7th, 2020. And that was before the governor's ordinance. So section 441B specifically states the property statement shall be declared to be true under penalty perjury and filed annually with the assessor between lien date 5 p.m. on April 1st. The penalty provided by section 463 applies for property statements not filed by May 7th. If May 7th falls on a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday, a property statement that is mailed and postmarked on the next business day shall be deemed to have been filed between the lien date and 5 p.m. on May 7th. And then I'll just skip to as of May 4th, 2020. The State Board of Equalization issued LTA 2022 with State Revenue Taxation Code 441K to allow assessors to accept filing of our property statements through the use of electronic media. That's Exhibit F. This allows any taxpayer to send a regular business property statement, again 571L, via mail to our county email at assessor.info@ventura.org. As of May 6, 2020, Governor Gavin Newsom signed Executive Order N6160, extending the tax filing deadlines for business property statements from May 7, 2020 to May 31st, 2020. May 31st did fall on a Sunday, so the next day would be June 1st, Monday of 2020, as the last day to file timely. I'll skip to page 7, Brendan. Section 463 specifically states if any person who is required by law or is requested by the assessor to make an annual property statement fails to file an annual property statement within the time limit specified by Section 441 or make and subscribe the affidavit respecting his or her name and place of residence, a penalty of 10% of the assessed value of the unreported taxable tangible property of that person placed on the current roll shall be added to the assessment made on the current roll. And then we go to June 1st, 2020. The applicant did not file a property statement by June 1st, 2020. Therefore, a non-filer estimate was made for all locations in the county. 10% penalty was applied to the applicant's assessed value. That's in Exhibit E. Analysis. In order to abate the penalty, the applicant needs to establish to the satisfaction of the Assessment Appeals Board both of the following two elements. The late filing was due to reasonable cause, and the late filing was not due to willful neglect. There has been significant case law regarding reasonable cause and the taxpayer's burden to provide required documentation. The attached law summary is provided in Exhibit J. Included in this summary are the following standards. And number 1, the burden of proof is on the taxpayer to establish reasonable cause for abatement of a penalty. The burden of proof is on the taxpayer to show that reasonable cause exists to support abatement of the penalty. That's Exhibit J. Next page over, Brandon. Line item number 2, the taxpayer's responsibility to file, return, and or to respond to notice and demand or request for information. Even if the taxpayer is unaware of the filing requirement, ignorance of the law is not an excuse for failing to file a timely return. Number 3, difficulty in obtaining information and documents needed to file the return, respond to the notice and demand, or respond to the request for information. Generally, a taxpayer's inability to file a return by the due date, provide a timely response to a notice and demand, or furnish requested information because of a lack of necessary information or documents is not considered reasonable cause. And again, that's in Exhibit J. In the United States versus Boyle, the court found that failure to make a timely filing of a tax return is not excused by the taxpayer's reliance on an agent, and such a reliance is not reasonable cause. In this case, the court found to escape the penalty, the taxpayer bears the heavy burden of proving both, one, that the failure did not result from willful neglect, and two, that the failure was due to reasonable cause. Reliance by a layperson on a lawyer is of course common, but the reliance cannot function as a substitute for compliance with a unambiguous statute. 463C specifically states if the assessee establishes to the satisfaction of the County Board of Equalization or the Assessment Appeals Board that the failure to file a property statement within time required by Section 441 was due to reasonable cause and circumstances beyond the assessee's control and occurred notwithstanding the exercise of ordinary care in the absence of willful neglect, it may order the penalty abated provided the assessee has filed with the County Board. That's the next page, Brendan. County Board written application for abatement of the penalty within the time prescribed by law for the filing of the application for assessment reductions. The applicant has filed timely with our office for prior lien dates, and therefore the assessor opines the applicant is knowledgeable of the requirements to annually file a 571L with our office. If an assessee fails to file an annual property statement timely but can prove to the Assessment Appeals Board that this failure was due to reasonable cause and circumstances beyond the assessee's control, notwithstanding the exercise of ordinary care in the absence of willful neglect, the board may abate the penalty. However, these are not the grounds on which the applicant requests abatement for the penalty, and there are no other grounds that would justify abating the penalty. Again, my conclusion is my closing. The assessor's understanding is that the applicant in these appeals is contesting only the penalty itself, not the value on which the penalty is based on. The assessor therefore requests the Assessment Appeals Board to fund the penalty assessment added pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code 463 is valid, that no abatement of the penalty is justified, and that no cancellation of the penalty is justified on any grounds. And that concludes the assessor's presentation.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant have any questions of the assessor's office presentation?
No questions. Thank you.
Does the board have any questions of the assessor's office?
No.
Okay, thank you. Now it's time for Mr. Barberin to present your side.
I appreciate the opportunity. CBC Federal Credit Union is a not-for-profit credit union that has faithfully served the members of Ventura County for over 60 years. As mentioned in the assessor's presentation, we complied with all previous filings. I believe that shows that there was no willful neglect. And as far as reasonable cause, I present to you the singular word COVID. If you'll indulge me and perhaps hearken back to early 2020 when the pandemic was just beginning, there was quite a surge of activity. The CBC Federal Credit Union is an essential business, and as such, we kept our doors open throughout the pandemic. We had a few employees that may have worked from home, but it was not a organizational-wide work from home environment. You might remember struggling to find PPE that was unavailable, say disinfectant wipes, disinfectant sprays, toilet paper. We had to try and find shields, plastic acrylic shields for our teller stations. We had vendors that we'd order product and they wouldn't be able to fill the orders. The individuals on this call may recall themselves going to every store trying to find things. So it was a very busy time. We had to relocate employees, again, all while our doors were open. No one was wearing masks initially, so all these store visits were without that. And then you couldn't buy masks. We had to have people get bandanas and the like. My point being is that if you look back to those times, and even as I filed our appeal, all you had to do was say COVID, and that was excuse enough for any sort of business failure. As I said, we complied in the past. We regret terribly that this fell through the cracks of our small organization. We don't have a large employee base. And as I stated on my appeal, it's quite simple. Due to critical business constraints caused by the COVID pandemic and CBC Federal Credit Union standing as an essential business, we were unable to submit the 571 forms before the deadline. There was quite a panic when we found that we had missed that deadline. I was reaching out to Ann Takamoto, among others, early on in the process, late May, early June. And again, I think it's just important to remember that the times, it's been quite a few weeks and months have passed since then, and things have become a little bit calmer, dare I say. But we need to go back to that time when, even with the extension, it was just an extremely busy and extraordinary time for CBC Federal Credit Union and many others, and hence the miss in filing as we had done all previous years as required. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the assessor's office have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
Yeah, so I believe the pandemic was, the COVID pandemic was declared March 11, 2020. Mr. Barbarain, wasn't it possible your company could have filed the property statements prior to the pandemic when it was declared March 11th?
That was a possibility.
Excuse me. Yeah,
that was definitely a possibility, but things happened quickly, and we were not in violation for being tardy at that time, and then the pandemic hit and everything changed.
Okay, the assessor has no more questions.
Okay, does the board have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
I have none.
None.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Do you have any more closing statements to make, Mr. Barbarain? Have you wrapped it up, or it's now your time to make closing statements, if you'd like to add anything?
Thank you. Nothing to add. As stated on my appeals notice, due to the extraordinary times and with CBC Federal Credit Union qualifying as an essential business and remaining open to Ventura County members for the duration of the pandemic, and just all the extra efforts involved in accommodating that status as an essential business, we regret that the forms were not filed in a timely manner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, the board and I will deliberate over this case behind closed doors, as well as the first two. Just like the others, we'll inform Brandon of our decision, and he will let you know today or tomorrow of our decision. Hopefully we'll be able to get it done today. And as for that, I believe, thank you very much. You are free to go.
Chair Sisk?
Thank you so much.
Chair Sisk,
Yep.
just a moment, please. I did have a question that will determine the procedures for your board, for either the assessor or the applicant. It appears the presentation says that the assessor has never received a 2020 property statement from the applicant. Is that correct, Mr. Court?
That is correct.
Okay, and is it the assessor's opinion that a property statement must be filed before the board can consider abatement? Or what is your position on that, that because it hasn't been filed at all?
Well, if I think I'm understanding your question correctly, we would like to have a property statement, but none was never filed. So I think it's Revenue and Taxation 501 that the assessor shall make an estimation of the property and reside it in Ventura County. So we did use prior year's property statements for that valuation. Yeah, does that
Okay,
answer
yeah,
the
I just
question?
wanted to clarify that key difference with this case for the board.
Yeah. So there's no, so this is yeah, thank you. Okay, so that question being answered this way, the taxpayer never filed anything, so he's contesting the non-filer 10% penalty for not filing at all. There's no Part 1G involved. There's no filing involved except that he didn't file. And so
If I could just add to that real quick, that has always been the assessor's position when we've brought these to the board in the past, is that if we don't get a statement, how can you abate the penalty? They would have to file the statement and then receive abatement of the penalty, which they haven't done in this case. Thank you.
Yeah, I wish that had been communicated at some point in the months, over a year since we started this process. Yeah, I with all the communication that went on, that was never really, I thought it was kind of a done deal because they had already charged the assessment. There was no clarification or request that I get those in before this meeting or any other time. Huh, boy.
Thank you, Chair Sis,
So-
for that allowing me to ask that clarification. I do see County Council has her camera on. I didn't know if you wanted to say something.
Oh, no, sorry, but the questions sounded important, so I just made myself.
I figure they would be important to your legal research. That's why I wanted to clarify them.
No, thank you.
Okay. Chair Sisk, and sorry, final thing, Chair Sisk, I don't think we gave the assessor an opportunity for closing statements. We ended with the applicants.
Okay, that's right. Mr. Court, do you have any additional closing statements to make?
The applicant testified that they were open during the COVID hour or COVID pandemic. I know it was hectic. The governor did extend the due date. We did amend 441K to allow the applicant to file via email if they wanted to. Other than that, we see no reason to abate the penalty. There was ample time to file the property statement. That's our conclusion.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe at this time, yeah, we will take everything we've heard and go behind closed doors and deliberate and give Brennan our decision at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, board members, so I think now would be a good time for lunch if that's what you'd like to do. When we return from lunch, we have, again, 2 to 3 cases to be heard. The first is for Tom Baroni, represented by Hamid Lashkari. I did get those exhibits organized and ready for that. And then over the lunch period, I will try to get the exhibits organized for social betterment so that we can go into that as the second case. I do see Mr. Lashkari has his hand raised. I don't know if he has a question or is not able to attend any longer. Mr. Lashkari, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and did you need to address something with the board before your hearing?
No. What time are we coming back from lunch?
Correct. So depending on what Chair Sisk determines our lunch period would be, you'll be the first case when we return from lunch.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, so it's 12:12. Do we want to return at 1:10 or 1:15? How much time do we all need?
1:15 is good. I have no.
1:15?
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
We will be back here at 1:15.
Yeah, just before your board goes into recess. So at 1:15, we'll start with the case for Tom Baroni. I estimate that should take approximately 45 minutes to an hour. So just to let Mr. Bonneau know, we will hear your case approximately around between 2 and 2:30 is when we should begin your case if you'd like to. I will try to give you a heads up as we are closer to your item being heard, but tentatively sometime between 2 and 2:30. All right, thank you, board members.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so we're in recess, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, we are. We're on recess. Thank you. See you at 1:15.
Mr. Lashkari, please accept the invitation to be promoted to a panelist.
Brendan, I'm trying to figure out, I thought I was a panelist already.
No, I said Mr. Lashkari. You're good. I can hear you, Josh.
Oh, I thought, okay, no problem. Thank you.
All right, and looks like we do now have Mr. Lashkari. Right, Chair Sisk, I see you're back. Is that correct?
Yep.
Board
Yes,
member-
I am.
Board member, little board member Ferris, are you back?
Yes, can you see me?
Yes. Let's see. Emily, are you back? Got her. Okay. And so then, Josh, are you the assessor's representative handling the first case?
Yes, I believe, yes.
All right. All right, Chair Sisk, are you ready to go? We can go back into session.
Yes, I am. It is 1:18. We are back in session. We are going to hear application 19-10955 for Tom Baroni. I believe we have Mr. Lashkari online.
Yes, and in the chat for this meeting, I have submitted a link where you can access the documents to this, and we'll start with the application first. Mr. Lashkari, if you could please unmute yourself, and then Mr. Courier, I'm going to place you both under oath this time. When I complete reading your oath, please state I do. You do solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. All right. Board members, on the screen, I'm going to put up a copy of this application. This is a single-family residence that is not owner-occupied according to the application, located in Ventura. And this is a base value appeal for the July 18th, 2018 change in ownership. Mr. Courier, is there any other overview information you want to cover on this?
Not really. It's not owner occupied. They're appealing the base here in the supplemental, based on July 18th, 2018. And that's basically it. They're appealing the market value of the property at that date.
Okay. Can I clarify, since it's not changing ownership, the burden of proof would normally be with the applicant, but it's due to a base value. Did the assessor accept the purchase price on this matter?
We did not.
Okay, so the assessor.
It didn't meet the Rule 2 standards with that per Revenue Taxation Code 167. I believe the burden of proof is on the applicant because it's an investment property too.
Okay, but the assessor did not accept the purchase price.
No, we did not.
We probably need to clarify with Ms. Gardner then. I thought that meant that the burden of proof was on the assessor.
Within the non-owner occupied, it shifts it to the homeowner. So,
but because it's a base value.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the baseline facts here?
Yes, so
It's
the
a
question.
non-owner occupied residence?
It's a non-owner occupied residence, but we're dealing with a base value where a purchase price was not accepted.
Not accepted by the assessor?
Correct. So the assessor enrolled something other than the purchase price.
Yeah, I believe the assessor has the burden of
Yeah.
showing that
Okay.
it was not a Rule 2 sale, and at
Okay.
that point, the burden would then shift to the applicant. And to that point, Mr. Courier stated that this was not exposed for sale in the open market. It was not listed in MLS, which is one of the criteria of a Rule 2 sale, and therefore the assessor believes that that it didn't meet the criteria of Rule 2, and therefore the burden would shift to the applicant.
Okay, so do we
So
need
well,
to hear-
definitely the assessor will start with the burden of proof. And if we want to decide, and if we want to let the assessor then start on whether or not it's a Rule 2 sale. And then go from there.
If it simplifies things, we can go first and you can decide that later.
I think that would be best, because you certainly have the burden of proof for the sale price.
All right, give me just a moment. I'm at a loss of words. I'm putting the assessor's exhibit A into evidence.
Okay, thank you, Brendan. The absence of show, it's the burden of proof's on them, but we'll go through it.
All right, it's uploading right now. If you're accessing through the link, you should have access. I guess it's quite large, so it's taking a moment to process. All right, there. Everyone should also have access to download it now. So, Mr. Courier, go ahead.
Okay, well, next page, Brendan. The nature of the appraisal, we've already gone through that. It's, this is an appeal of supplemental assessment in the fair market value of a change of ownership on July 18th, 2018. I'll skip the burden of proof. We just went through that. Next one is the remarks. The subject is a condominium located in Ventura Hillside. The subject was purchased July 18, 2018 for $525,000. The assessor did not accept the sales price as fair market value. Instead enrolled $610,000. The property has, the applicant appealed the value, stating that the price is not market value for this property. The assessor disagrees with that, but being a fair market value for two reasons. Next page. The first reason, I may not go through, the first reason it doesn't meet the Rule 2 criteria. It wasn't exposed in the open market. Basically, that's the main thing. The applicant got in there, knew the realtor, bought another property through the realtor, never exposed in the open market. That was, I did call the realtor up and double checked on that. It was a double-ended means that the realtor that sold it actually represents the buyer and the seller. I did talk to Ms. Marcy and asked her questions about it and said it was not open to market sale. It was never in the market. She almost thought about buying herself because it was such a good deal. So go down the highlight, that wasn't exposed to open market. The other ones could apply, but I don't know all the facts on that in some sense. I just want to do market value for the property and it was not exposed in open market. There's no listing for it. And the realtor confirmed that with me. The second reason that we didn't agree with the sales price is that the market evidence, the comps show the market value is about 20% more than what they actually paid for it. They're not going to get a great deal in the house, but doesn't mean they get paid tax on what they paid for it. They pay tax on what the market value is. The very bottom page, the assessor used a comparable sales method to determine the market value for the subject's change ownership. The comparable method indicates that the subject's sales price derives from the fair market value of 19%. And the paragraph before that, if it goes over 5%, basically if it goes over 5%, we have to do market value. If it's within the 5% deviation, would be reasonable value, that'd be a market value within 5%. Next page, Brandon. The appraised market value based on the appraisal we'll go over is $650,000. The subject was in fair, poor condition per photos the applicant provided for the time of sale. Also, the applicant stated, attached email, this attached email, next couple pages, they need about $50,000 to renovate the project to the comparables. We'll see the photos in next slides. And then here's basically where I took it out of the email they sent me. The property was in original condition since 1981, has survived the Thomas Fire in 1987, and need extensive cleaning, fresh paint, flooring, and renovation for approximately $50,000. Therefore, it sold for $525,000. Considering the extensive renovation that needs to be done, needs to bring the property to the comparable listings in the area. For the conversation with the applicant, they spent $14,000 on it because they had some hard times with finances, but they spent $14,000 on it. And I will show you what that $14,000 will show. They do have a listing out there for a lease of the property, what that $14,000 actually brought the property to look like. Next page. Brendan, here's the email to me, and it kind of explains. I did highlight the middle. Not highlight. I did pull out the original statement about the $50,000. It goes through just a synopsis of what they did. The property was Berkshire Hathaway, local agent, Ventura County. The listing agent was Nancy Cunning. As a practice in most real estate agencies, sometimes the real estate broker house tries to keep the listing within its own agents. Therefore, the property did not get on the multiple listing. Well, that's him stating wasn't listed. In Marcy, and talking to her, there was never even exposed in the market. She wasn't doing herself, and she had this client that was buying another property, and it was fiduciary duty. She take care of this client, and they got a great deal on the property. There's no question about that. And next page, Brendan, thank you. So here's my appraisal. Actually, you know what? Brandon, can you go to page 8? So let the board know what properties are. Up on Ventura Hillside, everybody probably knows that up on the hillside have great views of the ocean. Premier location for Ventura Hillside, looking at the town. And can you go back to page 5 now, Brendan? I'm sorry about that. So here's my appraisal. The subject property is 1,487 square feet. Comps 1 and 2 are model matches. For basically the same square footage. They're in different building, but they basically bracket the sale. The property is 7/18, 2018. Comp number 1 sold 9/5, 2018, and comp 2 sold 7/13, 2018. They both sold for 720. With the adjustment, I did a 10% adjustment for the condition because of the photos of the property. We'll look at those in a second. It's about $22,000 more than what the applicant's trying to tell us what costs to fix the property up to make it comparable with the other properties. So just want to get in perspective. Comp number 3, so a little earlier, that's 707,500. I did take about $70,000 off for condition issues too, because this property was in fair to poor condition. The subject was. And they all have views. The one thing the property does have is a tremendous view. These all kind of pretty good views. And we do rank the views from 1 to 5, 1 being the worst view, 5 being the best view in the area. This is a 4. It has a great view. Comp number 1 had 2, mid-year view. You can look at the listing photos and see the difference between those views. Comp number 2 was number 1 view. So it doesn't have that good a view. It's probably one of the worst views in the neighborhood. Comp number 4 had 4. That's one reason I used the comp number 3. It had a 4 view, a similar view per our rankings. So we did the standard deductions for bathroom count. We made adjustment for that in comp number 3, comp in the balconies. So realistically, comp 1 and 2, the most consideration was given to these properties, and they both sold for 720 in average to good condition. So we just track that value. Next page. And this was interesting because this comp number 4 was actually bought by the applicant. He bought 2 properties, as I was saying earlier. He bought this property for $725,000 2 months earlier, about 2 months earlier. It's a bigger property. We did make adjustments for the $18,000 adjustment for there. We did make adjustments for for the condition of property, all these got condition. This property they bought, the subject itself was in fair to poor condition. You'll see in the photos. So in a standard property, they're all selling for 700,000 to 750 with the comp number 5, depending on the condition of the property. So they bought for 525. There's some questions there on that point. Since it was an open market sale, the buyer came in and wanted to get it without exposing the open market because it would have sold for a lot more. So they got a good deal on the property. So comps 5 and 6, we're actually in the neighborhood too. I put in there just to show you the comparables for that. And the comp number 5 is a 5 view. It has a tremendous view of the properties, but just want to give you a broad pick of the area and show you the comparables out there in the sales prices and in the nuances of the area. But I did comp number 1 and 2 are model matches, similar views, give or take, and they both sold for 720. Look at all these sales prices: 750, 715, 720. Next page, Brendan. And then also board. Here I want to show you where all these are at on the hillside. It's a hillside going up, so I don't know anyone that doesn't really have a view. I know recently one sold that the side of the property views the ocean, and they built a deck out that area. So they every time you utilize that view they have of the ocean and of Ventura. It's beautiful. The subject is kind of the king of the hill up there too. It's by the clubhouse, by the pool. If you see there, there's a unit above it, but the unit above probably has a little better view. But in general, it's a great location. It's secluded away from the roads. Next page, Brandon. And here's the pages too that we looked a little earlier. Just shows you how the property is set up. Some of you might have been up there and actually know the property in some sense, but it's a beautiful location. And Brandon, can you go to page 10? Here's the applicant photos I received from the applicant at the date of purchase. See the bathrooms, it's all original. I'm not arguing that. It's all original and outdated and does need some rehab to it. Next page, Brandon. So these are just photos. Notice the kitchen, white tile. Notice the cabinets, notice the fireplace. I just want to point those out to you now. Just old appliance that I have. The carpet. Next page, Brandon. It had the popcorn ceiling, dirt. It needs some work to the property. I just want to show you it is in fair to poor condition the property is. Next page. Here's the stairway, and then here's the popcorn ceiling. Just to show the total feel of the property. Next page is the lease photos that just put on today. Well, put in last week. I found these. I did call the agent up and ask him about the property, they're leasing it, and he said there's no view. These photos show me a lot. So I wanted to double check my 4 view and make sure I'm not having wrong information on the property. So, but this kind of clarifies that. This is subject property listed. I believe it's probably listed now unless he got a lease on it. Next page, Brandon. Here's the front of the property. The 2 balconies it has on the property. Next page. Here's the view. Here's the views they're leasing it for. Here's the views from the lease. You also notice they redid the carpet. They painted it. They did about $14,000, my opinion, expert opinion, of the property. They didn't change the windows. They didn't change that. They kind of make it for a rental. Next page. And here's another picture of the view from the lease listing. And the fireplace, look at the fireplace originally, replaced the fireplace. The kitchen, it'll be next page, Brandon. Next page is the kitchen. They did new appliances. They might have painted the cabinets or something. The countertop's still the same, so the countertop was still usable at the time when they bought the property, and still a good piece of that to get replaced. Next page. And here's another picture they sent me to, just of the view and the room. Next page. And per the applicant, it looks like they kept the same bathroom. They changed some fixtures of it, which he mentioned to me over the phone. Yeah, they did. It's no questions about that. Next page. And here's the other bathroom. One of them. The same thing, same as the other old photos he sent me of the property when they bought it. So fair to poor condition of the property. Next page, Brenton. I just want to just show the condition of the property. This is, and they did the flooring and with that $14,000. The next page, these are just the listing photos. You can look, but we could keep going pretty fast on these ones. That's the last one. Next page. And here's the description of it. Just 1 year lease. I do not know if they leased it. Actually, this is their lease information I got for Zillow. I couldn't find anywhere else, but I'm glad I did confirm with them that they are trying to lease it, and that's where I got these photos. Next page. It's basically comp number 1 on my list, on my presentation, my appraisal, and it goes through. You can read through it. It's been remodeled. It's updated, and it is on the market for 20 days. And look at the list. The list at 715. It's sold for 720. So there's a high demand for the area up there. Next page. Here's photos of the interior of the property. There is active listing on this property now. I had to call the realtor up that lists it now. It's actually Miss Cunning, it's Cunnings again. And this is basically the way the property looks now, listed now. But these are what the property was when they bought when this property transferred in 2018. Next page. Next page. So it's in good condition. It's next page. Next page. And then here's the view on this property. Just wanted to show you the view they're showing on the listing. They're trying to sell a property. They want it to look nice and best pictures possible. Next page. So these are all the listings, MLS of the properties. This one was listed for 304 days. It was listed for 735. It's sold for 720. It's a subject property, has a view. The subject has better view, in this my opinion, than what this is showing. Next picture, because the King of the Hill. So this is, just want to show you the condition of the properties and why I did make a $70,000 adjustment, not just a $50,000 adjustment on the property, on the subject property, well, on the comps for the subject, because these are done nice. Next page, next page. So all the views, we could keep flipping through them, Brendan. And if you go to page, once you get to page 44, you can stop, because it's all the same comparables with the pictures of the properties and the days on market, and these are all listed properties that sold. Look at the kitchen on that one too. That was the kitchen is outdated in some sense. The fireplace looks a little outdated, but it sold for $7. That's why it says 707,500. That's why it sold for that price. Next page, keep going. And here's the interesting thing. When I was today, here's the subject. The applicant bought this property too. Through Miss Cunnings too. She double-ended, same as she did the other property. It was talking to her. It was kind of like a package deal. They bought kind of both together. Sort of her client taking both together. That was listed for 739, sold for 725. Keep going. So all these are all just, and that one's been remodeled. You keep Brendan, you keep going. These are all just listing photos of the properties and the comparables. Just note all the sales prices of these are all over $700,000. In better condition. I'm not going to complain and say anything about that. They're in better condition. Some are a little better than others. So if realistically, the two model matches at 720 minus the 10%, $650,000 of value. The appraisal, the market shows for the market value of the property. The assessor put $610,000 on it. That doesn't, but the assessors, in the opinion that the 610 is a reasonable value for it, and I actually would love want the board to sustain that value. But the market does show the values at 650. And then the very last page of my thing is just the rule 2, and definition of rule 2 and the law in rule 2. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the does the applicant have any questions of the assessor's presentation?
Yes, I do, but I bring it up as I present my case.
Okay, does the board have any questions of the assessor's presentation?
None.
Okay, now I guess it would be time for the applicant to present their side.
Can I clarify real quickly? This sounds a different process in order. So Mr. Lashkari, you plan to stop during your presentation and ask the assessor questions and ask them to respond?
No, I said I have a few issues that the assessor gentleman brought up that I totally disagree with it.
Okay.
But
No
I'm
question.
going to present my case, and then at the end I bring one at a time the explanation that the gentleman had.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I'll go ahead and put
Sure.
your presentation into the record. All right, everybody should have received the applicant's hearing presentation. It's one document that consists of 5 exhibits and some photographs. And so we'll start with exhibit 1. Mr. Lashkari, go ahead.
Well, first of all, good afternoon, the board members, and I'm myself a real estate broker, active real estate broker. And although I was not directly involved with this transaction, but our office handled the management part of the property since the purchase date. As you can see throughout this purchase agreement, everything was done through the realtor, the Berkshire Hathaway company, and the purchase price, everything are 100% accurate and was done through the escrow and signed by both parties, sellers and the buyers. On the section 2, we can see the note on it and the joint escrow instruction. And again, it's all the actual copy of the document that was done through the escrow. There were absolutely no other transaction was involved in this. No other agreement was involved with this transaction. The the exhibition 3, it shows the actual closing disclosure that shows the price, the amount of refinance and all that. And again, on the exhibition 4, it shows the contract that they had with the broker company that was involved with the transaction. And of course, I provide the same pictures that I provide to the assessor gentleman. The condition of the property was extremely bad. They left with lots of even trash in there. And as you can see through the pictures, that all the pictures show that there's still belonging trash involved there, that they had to call some companies to come pick them up and give them away. The appraisal gentleman brought up that we recently listed for lease. The last time we listed this property was in 2018 or 2019. Since then, it is the original tenant. We have not listed recently, as the gentleman mentioned. Yes, there are other properties that are sold during the same period of time, but believe it or not, they day and night different with the improvement. And yes, they all more or less have views, but some of them have the views is substantially different angle and different position of the view. The second property that the owner bought, for example, on the same area is totally been remodeled. And the cost of remodeling these days, or even back then, it was not a few $1,000s. I myself have property that we constantly remodel, and they are well over 60, 70, 80, $100,000 to remodel. Just to remodel the kitchen is probably about $60,000, $70,000. So to say we give them $20,000, $30,000, $15,000 for improvement, that is not a fair evaluation. And the assessor gentleman says that I mentioned to him that this property does not have a view. I did mention that to him, but immediately on the same phone conversation, I mentioned to him, no, I was wrong. I was thinking of another property. So that I correct myself. And excuse me. And even as of today, 3 years later, when you compare this property with some of the other property, this property is not to the condition of most of the other properties are, because since it was the same, since it has the same tenant, we have never had the opportunity to do major improvement in there. Based on all that, I don't see why my client has to pay property tax over the listing price that it was sold. For that reason, I think it's totally unfair. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Does the assessor's office have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions of clarification if possible.
Go ahead.
So this is a listing agreement. Did you have a, no, this is the escrow papers. Do you have a listing agreement with for the property from the applicant? Was there ever a listing agreement or a listing?
I don't believe so. I am not aware, to be honest with you.
And what was, do you think the sales price, well, I'm trying to think how to ask this. What was the market value for if they could sell that property and open a market on that date? If it was going to list it and sell it, what would be the market value for that property?
I was not involved with the transaction at all, and I cannot give you an answer totally today. But however, at the time we were leasing this property, at the same time I saw the other property that Mr. Baroni purchased for himself, and they are absolutely not, they absolutely day and night different in the condition. Point I want to bring today, even right now compared to 2 years ago, 3 years ago, the cost of remodeling the last several years is substantially high. We constantly remodel properties of our own and our other clients, and it's well over $70,000, $80,000 to do small amount of remodeling. And this property has not been remodeling except the carpeting, the paint, and some plumbing appliance, plumbing fixtures, and hauling away trashes and do the paint. That's all they did. And since then, we have not done any other improvement in that building.
Since you're a broker, you have property. Do you have condos in this organization, on this HOA here too, in this community?
Yeah, another thing. In fact, I'm glad you brought it up. This property has a very, very high HOA.
Okay. Okay, I think that they're all paying the same HOA, right?
Most likely. In fact, I'm glad you brought it up because about a year ago, maybe even 9 months ago, it was another property came up market, and I thought it was a good price. I honestly do not remember the exact price. And the only reason I did not put it an offer on it for myself was the amount of HOA that has every month.
Do you have any comparables that you think that demonstrate the mark is $525,000?
And no, because this is 3 years later. Be honest with you, no, I cannot find a comparison 3 years later for that property.
Okay, I usually if you're a broker, you have MLS, I guess. Okay. No, I think I'm good.
Well, you mentioned if I'm a broker, I can give you my license number if you would like.
Well, that's fine. No, that's fine. I just want to get the fair market value on this property, and that's all. Not what they paid for, actually, the fair market value of the property. But I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, does the board have any questions of the applicant?
No questions.
I think mine were answered as well. Okay, now it would be time to present our closing arguments. So have we decided if the burden of proof has shifted from one direction to the other?
So I can tell you that the purchase price presumption only applies if, essentially, if it is a Rule 2 sale. So in other words, you only have the presumption, or I should say the assessor only has the burden of proof if the purchase price presumption applies. And it only applies if the transaction was negotiated at arm's length between a knowledgeable transferor and transferee, neither of which would take advantage of the exigencies of the other. So if your board determines that it was not negotiated at arm's length, et cetera, then the applicant has the burden of proof. If it was negotiated at arm's length, then the assessor has the burden of proof.
Okay, board, do we have any comments?
I'd place the burden on the applicant.
Okay, Ms. Ferris?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I agree too. So that shifts the burden to the applicant. So then who presents first? Is it
Assessor, followed by the applicant with the final word.
Okay. All right. So the assessor's office.
Okay, 1 second. I'm getting.
Yeah, this kind of caught you off guard. So
yeah.
Take a few seconds. Yeah, for sure.
So I'll read through my conclusion on page 9 of my pamphlet. I'll read that and then I'll do my brief summary at the end. Well, applicant spent $14,000 in renovations to make the property as nice as it looks, as it does in the leasing photos. The assessor is an opinion that's close to $70,000, which he confirmed some conversations to bring it necessary up to the level of the comparables, which sold in superior condition. In fact, the enrolled value is significantly less than the assessor's value conclusion for this appraisal. Well, the board has a judication to increase the value based on the evidence presented in the hearing on its own. The assessor recommending that the original enrolled value of 610 to be sustained. Basically, it's the applicant, the buyer came in, got a good deal, snuck in there before it hit the market, paid a great price for the property. Even the realtor was thinking about buying, but her fiduciary duty, she didn't do it because she's representing the applicant too. And the sales price doesn't equal fair market value based on the comparables, 19-20% difference in value. 650 is my opinion of value of the property. We enrolled 610. Basically, asking the board to stay in 610, and that's basically it from the assessor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lashkari, it's time for you to make your closing statements.
Yes, the county assessor gentleman, he just showed the photo again at the lease when we listed for the lease. I just want to make clear these photos that he displayed are not at all the photo of our properties. He may want to clear if I show those pictures again. Number one. Number two, I like to ask the board, based on what situation the burden is on me to prove the actual value of the property versus that I am providing the actual purchase agreement.
Okay,
The only thing I would suggest is let county counsel's office restate the rules of a Rule 2 sale.
right, I believe it has to be on the market, has to have a marketing time, you know, it's more the exposure on the MLS.
Correct.
Did you want me to restate the standard or?
Can the assessor gentleman please display the pictures that he shows of the property that we advertised 3 years ago for it on Zillow, please?
This really is not time for questions of the presentation. This is a time for closing arguments for your own presentation.
Well, I understand, but I'm just saying he providing wrong information.
Okay.
And I would like him to, although he's closing the statement, I would like him to show the pictures because he showed it twice and they are not the subject property.
Okay, I believe he showed a lot of pictures of comparable properties as well.
Right, but the last time he showed, he said these are the pictures of the property at the time of the listing.
It was time of the lease, that's current lease now.
At the time of the current lease, which was 3 years ago, am I right?
I discovered those photos last week and I did call you up and ask you if you're leasing the property. You said yes. And this,
No, you did not provide me any pictures. Those pictures, the pictures I provide you are the ones that I also presented today.
So
You are
so those photos that got through Zillow, those aren't of the subject?
At all. I'm willing to swear on it at all. I already swear that I present everything true and nothing but true. I don't know where those pictures came from.
Well, they came from Zillow and I confirmed with you, but in my opinion, even those pictures are just showing what $14,000 could do to a property. But I'm basically buying the property in imported fair condition to the photos that you sent me.
Where do you get the 14? Where do you get the 14,000? How much can you get done with $14,000?
Okay, this was all presented in his presentation, and you've already had opportunities to ask him about his numbers for his remodel costs. This is more about time for you to present your closing arguments.
I'm doing my closing argument that most of things he provided are not correct.
Okay, then we'll take that under advisement. That's it. Yeah, but it's not an opportunity to ask questions of his presentation.
Okay, and if they want to postpone the decision for another time, I'll be more than happy to go over every evidence that he has with him.
Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, we will take, the board and I will take this evidence under closed deliberation and we'll inform Brandon of our decision. That will happen later this afternoon.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. You have a good day. You're all set here. Thanks.
And thank you, board.
Thank you. Okay, so we have one more.
We have one more and one that's been trailed. So next would be items 20 and 21. And I've just promoted Mr. Bordeaux to present on this, and now give me just a moment to get the evidence situated. All right. Mr. Badeau, Mr. Heim, if you could open up your microphones, I'm going to place you under oath. By complete reading your oath, please state it do. You and each of you do solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give and the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. All right. I will put a copy of the application on the screen. This is two applications. The issue being appealed is a 10% penalty, as well as the validity or jurisdiction of the board. Mr. Heim, did you have any other overview information to give in this case?
Only related to what the property is and what documents were filed. Would this be the time to discuss that?
I think that could probably wait till your presentation begins. Can you clarify? Is the assessor accepting burden of proof in this matter? I know it's kind of a interesting situation.
It's my understanding that the imposition of the penalty assessment is not being contested, but the applicant is requesting abatement of the assessment of the penalty assessment, which means, as far as I understand, that the applicant has the burden of proof in this appeal or these appeals. The assessor is prepared to go first, since the assessor is concerned with validity as well. So that if those are, I guess those are the two statements the assessor would make at this point.
Okay. Mr. Badeau, do you have a position on burden of proof and who that lies with?
You hear me?
Yes.
Brendan, if I may interrupt, has the applicant been sworn and the assessor?
Yes, I did swear them in very quickly at the beginning. So they are sworn in.
Oh, okay.
Yes. For me, I would like the assessor to establish the basis for the penalty. So we're contesting the penalty and we're requesting abatement of it. I would like the assessor to walk through the basis for the penalty, please.
I think that's within the assessor's presentation, so I think that should be fine as well.
Okay.
And then I also think we had started this out with the assessor making a request for a validity hearing. And I think it makes sense that we address the validity issues first and then move on to the rest of the presentation with whoever, has the burden of going forward. Does that make sense to the board?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
All right, assessors.
Who would you like?
Assessor's Exhibit A has been submitted into evidence. You can access that through the chat and it's on the screen as well. Go ahead, Mr. Heim.
I suppose before discussing the specifics of the property under appeal, we can discuss validity first. And the assessor would say at that point that per property tax rule 302, quote, the board has no jurisdiction to grant or deny exemptions or to consider allegations that claims for exemption from property taxes have been improperly denied. And the assessor's opinion in this appeal is that the board should not hear these appeals as it requests abatement of a penalty added for failure to file a property statement timely on the grounds of an exemption statute. And if the board determines that it does have jurisdiction to hear this appeal, then the assessor has a presentation to present to the board that the board should not abate the penalty.
Okay. Ms. Gardner, any comments?
the board, I mean, under property tax rule 302, the board doesn't have jurisdiction to grant or deny exemptions or to consider anything that claims for exemptions have been improperly denied. But I don't understand from the assessor's statement how that applies to the penalty imposition here, because the board certainly has the jurisdiction to abate penalties. I don't understand the overlap between the penalty and the exemption issue.
The penalty is being imposed on property that qualifies for exemption. And the applicant is requesting, in the assessor's understanding, abatement of the penalty on those grounds.
So if, may I address this?
Yes, please.
So I've submitted as the first exhibit that I sent to the clerk this morning, a document called Applicant's Validity Hearing Brief, which sets forth the reasons why I believe that the board has jurisdiction over the penalty abatement issue. In effect, the applications for changed assessment that are before the board were timely filed on June 8th, 2020. There's no dispute that they were timely filed. The applicant checked box 61 on each application. At the April 26th hearing, the applications were amended to add item 6F to expressly contest the penalty assessment imposed by the assessor pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code 463. We've informed both the assessor and the board that we're not contesting the assessed value of the property on the applications. We're only seeking abatement of the penalty assessment. Revenue and Taxation Code 1605.5 specifically requires the board to hear and decide issues regarding penalty abatement. I'll read that statute to you. Subdivision B of section 1605.5B says the county board shall hear and decide issues with respect to penalties assessed under section 463, 482, or 504, where those issues arise in connection with an application timely filed under section 1603 or 1605. The county board shall hear and decide penalty issues under this subdivision, regardless of whether the taxpayer has filed an application for reduction disputing only penalty amounts, or during the appeal process, all non-penalty issues are resolved. And then property tax rule 302A4 and 7 similarly state that the functions of the board are, subdivision 4 says, to hear and decide penalty assessments, and subdivision 7 says to exercise the powers specified in section 1605.5 of the Revenue and Taxation Code. The last hearing, Ms. Hill stated, quote, the board does have jurisdiction to abate the penalty, and that's at minute 47, 30 seconds in the hearing transcript of the last hearing. So where we are right now, I'm sorry, then let me step forward to property tax rule 302B, which Mr. Heim cited, and that says, except as provided in subdivision A4, the board has no jurisdiction to grant or deny exemptions or to consider allegations that claims for exemption from property taxes have been improperly denied. If you turn away from applicants exhibit 1 and turn to applicants exhibit 2, Mr. Clerk.
All right, give me just a moment. I'll put exhibit 2 into record. Give me just a second to process that. Everyone should have
Please
access to
turn to
exhibit 2.
page 2 of that. Page 2 is the notice of assessment rule change, which is indicating that the assessor has granted the welfare exemption. I've highlighted in yellow the text on the assessment rule change, indicating that the welfare exemption was granted and the amount stated on that roll correction. And I'm submitting that we're not asking the board to determine whether the welfare exemption should be granted or denied. The assessor's already done that. The assessor's made a determination that the property qualifies for the welfare exemption. And so right now we're just seeking the abatement of the penalty, which under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 1605.5, that's a mandatory function of the board. That's all I have on the subject.
May I address a couple of points that the applicant brought up?
Yes, please.
So, you know, the assessor is not disputing that this board does have obviously jurisdiction as laid out in Rule 302 to abate penalties. The proper code section that's relied upon for the abatement of this penalty is 463. What the assessor disputes is the applicant's request to apply an exemption statute to abate a penalty that can only be abated under 463. The applicant also made the assertion that the assessor already made a determination on a welfare exemption for this property. However, the assessor has made no determination and in fact did not grant a welfare exemption to the penalty amount. The penalty is not something that can be exempted under the code. The only way to abate that penalty would be under 463. So to clarify, the assessor has not made any such welfare exemption determination on the amount that's under dispute today.
If I can reply to that, we're getting into two different questions. One is whether or not there is a basis under Section 270 to abate the penalty. And the other is whether or not the application is valid and the board has jurisdiction to proceed on the application to hear it. And I think that unequivocally, the board does have that jurisdiction. I want to avoid confusion to the extent possible. Mr. Heim, Ms. Brooke Hill, sorry, I was going to call you Ms. Brooke, my apologies. Ms. Hill indicated that the assessor had not made a determination concerning the welfare exemption. And what
or the penalty portion of the assessment.
I just wanted to clarify that. And so the penalty portion of the assessment that you were referring to is the amount of penalty associated with the failure to file a business property statement, correct?
Are you asking me, Mr. Bordeaux?
I did start asking you and then Ms. Hill.
Yeah.
Ms. Hill.
That's correct.
Okay. So this is a penalty abatement issue. It does happen to involve a statute that indicates under the circumstances that there is another basis, another statute that provides for the cancellation of the penalty. And I am asking the board to abate the penalty in part upon that statute. So I do contend that the board has jurisdiction and a duty in this case to proceed on the application and to determine whether or not the penalty may be abated. Again, the only, when Mr. Heim spoke about the reason why the board didn't have jurisdiction, and I'd like to keep our focus on this, is that he said 302B, Rule 302B says that the board doesn't have jurisdiction. And as I go back and I indicate at page, you can either look at it on page 2, lines 24 to 26 of my hearing brief, or as the last page of applicant's exhibit 2, I included revenue and, sorry. I may have misspoke there. Let me go back. it's, I take that back. I did not attach a copy of Rule 302B to the paperwork. So the only spot that it appears is on page 2 of my hearing brief. But it does say that the board has no jurisdiction to grant or deny exemptions or to consider allegations that claims for exemption have been improperly denied. Again, the assessors already made that determination. Given that determination, we're just requesting that the penalty be abated based upon existing law. And I also think that it's Revenue and Taxation Code 136, which requires all proceedings by the assessor and the board to follow the Revenue and Taxation Code. And so what we're asking is that the board abate the penalty in part, not exclusively. That's one of the grounds for abatement, but we think that the board should abate the penalty under Revenue and Taxation Code 270. In addition to some other.
Mr. Badeau, you've cut out. Sounds like you might be having microphone problems. Are you there still?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
There, now we can hear you.
Maybe I should move the computer closer to me. I have no way of knowing when I cut out. Is there a way to address that? I'll repeat the kind of big picture item, which is that under Property Tax Rule 302B, which is the only basis that Mr. Heim cited to say that the board doesn't have jurisdiction, that the assessors already determined that it is granting, and the assessor is already granting the exemption. So that's not an issue to put on the table to say serves as a basis for denying the board jurisdiction. And we're also not contending that the exemption was improperly denied, which is the other basis to deny the board's jurisdiction over the exemption. We're saying the assessor granted the exemption, and given that the assessor granted the exemption, that the board should now consider the penalty assessment that the assessor imposed on the property, and please abate that.
So in the interest of moving forward, and as the assessor stated in the agenda run through, obviously there are multiple issues here. There is the penalty abatement issue. The assessor believes the board has jurisdiction under 463 to make a determination on that. There is another issue about the exemption and whether or not the board can apply an exemption statute. And as we stated in the agenda run through, our presentation addresses both. We're happy to move forward with our presentation because I think this could go back and forth for a long time. And the board can then, in deliberations decide whether or not it has jurisdiction to hear or apply an exemption statute or not. But like I said, in the interest of moving forward, I think Mr. Heim has a case ready, and then we can move on from there if that works for everybody.
I would prefer a clean record, and I would like, if the board would indulge me, to get a ruling on the validity issue before we proceed.
So as I stated, our presentation covers everything, so it's really best if we could present our case.
Well, I think we've covered the issue as to the basis for the assessor's claim that the board lacks jurisdiction. Mr. Heim stated that in his first opening remarks, and I've addressed that. And I think it's very clear that the conditions under which the assessor would like to deprive the board jurisdiction over the penalty abatement issue do not exist in this case. And if they don't exist, I believe that the board should determine the application valid and exercise its jurisdiction to hear all of the issues on this on these two applications.
I'm in agreement with the assessor's office. We need to pretty much start to move forward and hear both, because we need information from one to make a decision on the other, and they're going to affect the outcome. So I think we should just start versus going back and forth and not getting very far. I'm in agreement with Ms. Hill on that. We could go back and forth for a little while and not get very far. But I believe we should just need to start presenting both sides, or one side at a time.
Hear everything.
Any comments from the board?
Yeah, I feel we should hear everything.
Yes, I'd like to hear the assessor's side. The board can decide in its deliberations which side it's leaning more towards. And under the advice of counsel, she'll give us some good guidance. We can sort these things out in deliberations. But I do have one quick question, if I may, to Ms. Hill. Has the welfare exemption been granted?
Not to the penalty portion of the assessment, no.
Okay.
And
The land and improvement value, or perhaps the personal property value in this case, that wasn't a question. Mr. Heim might actually be able to answer that. The assessed value, yes, there is a welfare exemption applied to some or all. I don't know. The penalty is never exempted. The penalty for failure to file a property statement is never exempted, because it's a separate issue. And you'll see in our presentation why we consider it a separate issue. It's based on guidance from the State Board of Equalization.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to hear the assessor's case.
I would too.
All right.
Would you give me a minute to go take their case so I have a copy that I can actually read? And I have it on my printer in back of me, if I may.
That's fine, yeah.
Take me just a sec.
2-minute recess.
Mr. Bordeaux, have you returned yet?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if you can see my video, can you?
No, your camera's off.
I don't see me. Let me try to fix that. I'm sorry.
I'll send you a prompt. That way you can,
Yes, thank you.
yeah, we can see you, but you're sideways. Okay.
This is terrible.
Turn your camera.
Yeah, let's just try that.
Now you're.
Now you're upside down. There you go.
Okay. Now everybody else is sideways, but this is better for.
Really?
Interesting.
Yeah.
You don't have to have your camera on. You can turn it off if you prefer.
No, I prefer to. I spent some time this morning to correct this, and because it was happening on the test.
Mr. Heim, let us know when you're back and you can start your presentation.
All right, I'm here.
Okay. We are all ready. We can
All right.
get started when you're ready.
All right.
I don't think I can adjust it while we're in session. I'm so sorry. You're probably all relieved you don't have to look at me.
So the subject property is 9950 Sulphur Mountain Road in Ojai. The applicant requests abatement of the penalties added to the subject's assessments on the 2016 and 2017 assessment rolls for failure to file an annual property statement for these years within the time specified by Revenue Taxation Code Section 441, that is between the lien date and the following May 7th. The applicant filed welfare exemption claims timely for both 2016 and 2017. And on April 24th, 2020, assessment roll correction or ARC 1953002 was enrolled to add the value of trade fixtures and personal property to the subject's 2016 and 2017 assessments. This property was discovered after the close of the 2016 and 2017 regular assessment rolls and is, quote, unreported taxable tangible property, unquote, as referenced in Revenue and Taxation Code Section 463. Per R&T Code Section 441A, since this taxable tangible property has an aggregate cost of $100,000 or more, the applicant was required to file a signed property statement with the assessor. As no property statement was filed for either 2016 or 2017 within the time specified by Section 441B or at any time thereafter, a 10% penalty was added to the 2016 and 2017 assessments of this property per Section 463. The property is eligible for exemption. The first issue before the board is whether the penalty for failure to file a property statement timely may be abated if the assessee files an exemption claim timely and the unreported taxable tangible property is eligible for exemption. The assessor's opinion on this issue is that the penalty for failure to file a property statement timely may not be abated simply because the assessee has filed an exemption claim timely and the unreported taxable tangible property is eligible for exemption. The California State Board of Equalization has stated that R&T Code Section 463, quote, does not provide the assessor with the authority to relieve the late filing penalty provisions in Revenue and Taxation Code Section 463 for any organization, even if the organization's property is later granted exemption. Importantly, filing a property statement and filing an exemption claim form are two separate issues and must be treated separately. It follows that the penalty for failure to file a property statement timely applies to the entire property, even if that property is exempt, and that the penalty itself is not exempt. Therefore, the imposition of the penalty for failure to file a property statement timely was valid. The second issue before the board is whether the penalty for failure to file a property statement timely may be abated pursuant to R&T Code Section 270. The assessor's opinion on this issue is that the penalty for failure to file a property statement timely may not be abated pursuant to Section 270, but rather may only be abated pursuant to Section 463. The first reason for this opinion is that there is no reason to look for abatement provisions outside of Section 463, which fully describes both the penalty and the means of abatement, and does not suggest or refer to other means of abatement. If an assessee fails to file an annual property statement timely, but can prove to the Assessment Appeals Board that this failure was due to reasonable cause and circumstances beyond the assessee's control, notwithstanding the exercise of ordinary care in the absence of willful neglect, the board may abate the penalty. A summary of law concerning reasonable cause abatement is included in Assessor's Exhibit B. Since these are not the grounds on which the applicant requests abatement of the penalty, and since there are no other grounds that would justify abating the penalty, the assessor requests that the board deny the applicant's request for abatement. The second reason for the assessor's opinion that the penalty for failure to file a property statement timely may not be abated pursuant to Section 270 is that even if abatement provisions are sought outside of Section 463, Section 270 applies to the penalty for late filing an exemption claim, not to the penalty for failure to file a property statement timely. Section 270 is located in an article of the R&T Code entitled Late Exemption Claims. Since it is late exemption claims and not late property statements, that is the subject matter of the sections in that article. In this context, therefore, any tax or penalty or interest in Section 270 clearly refers to taxes, penalties, and interest arising from late filing an exemption claim, not those arising from late filing a property statement. On the other hand, Section 463, concerning failure to file a timely property statement and the accompanying penalty, is located in an entirely different portion of the R&T Code entitled Information from Taxpayer. Since information from taxpayers, not late exemption claims, is a subject matter of sections in this article. Therefore, Section 270 does not apply to penalties imposed under Section 463, and there are no grounds pursuant to Section 270 for abating the penalty imposed pursuant to Section 463. The third reason for the assessor's opinion on this issue is that even if Section 270 applies to the penalty for failure to file a property statement timely, Section 270 applies only to property for which an exemption claim was filed late, not to property for which an exemption claim was filed timely. Section 270A references, quote, property as to which the welfare exemption was available, but for which a timely application for exemption was not filed, and, unquote, and provides relief if an application for exemption is subsequently filed late. Per Section 270B, quote, notwithstanding the provisions of subdivision A, any tax or penalty or interest thereon exceeding $250 in total amount shall be canceled or refunded, provided it is imposed upon property entitled to relief under subdivision A, for which an appropriate claim for exemption has been filed, unquote. Property entitled to relief under subdivision A is property for which an exemption claim has been filed late. The exemption claims on the unreported taxable tangible property under appeal were filed timely. Therefore, Section 270 does not apply to this property, and there are, again, no grounds pursuant to Section 270 for abating the penalty imposed pursuant to Section 463. In conclusion, the assessor's understanding is that the applicant is contesting only the penalty itself, not the value on which the penalty is based. The assessor therefore requests that the Assessment Appeals Board find that the penalty added pursuant to R&T Code Section 463 is valid, that no abatement of the penalty is justified, and that no cancellation of the penalty is justified on any grounds related to R&T Code Section 270.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant have any questions of the assessor's presentation?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
You agree that the assessor enrolled a penalty assessment on the subject property for 2016?
Yes.
And you also agree that the assessor enrolled a penalty assessment on the subject property for 2017?
Yes.
You agree that the reason for both penalty assessments was a failure to file a Form 571L?
Timely, yes.
Did you receive Form 571Ls for either year?
No.
So at no time did you receive a 571L for 2016 or 2017?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know the amount of the 26?
And that was in the presentation.
Do you know the amount of the 2016 penalty assessment?
I can get that, I can get that for you. I don't have that in front of me.
Was the amount of the 2016 penalty assessment calculated on the basis of the 2016 welfare exemption being filed late?
The penalty assessments are calculated on the assessed value without exemption.
That's not the question I asked. Thank you. I'll rephrase. And you indicated in your presentation that there was a roll correction that was issued. And in connection with that roll correction, I did not write down the number of the roll correction. I apologize for that. When the assessor first enrolled escape assessments, was there a determination that the welfare exemption claims had been filed late?
On 2016, there was a determination that the welfare exemption had been filed late. That was determined subsequently to have been an assessor's error. Both were actually filed timely.
Was the penalty assessment imposed based upon the late filed exemption claim determination?
No. The penalty assessment was unrelated to the exemption termination.
When did the assessor determine? I mean, to be frank, you called me a week ago and said we decided that the welfare exemption claim was timely filed. Is that correct?
That is true. That was when I found it.
Okay, and so at the time that you enrolled the penalty assessment for the 2016 escape assessment, that was based upon the assessor's determination that the welfare exemption claim had not been timely filed. Is that correct?
No, because the imposition of the penalty assessment was not based on whether there was an exemption claim or whether an exemption was approved.
Well, it was assessed on the same bill, was it not?
I don't know. The assessor doesn't deal with the bills.
Okay. Do you know when the exemption claim was? Well, we'll move on. So it's been the assessor's position throughout that the 2016 assessment claim, it's been the assessor's position throughout that the exemption claim was not late filed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you turn to applicants exhibit 2 on page 9?
Mr. Bedot, to clarify, are you trying to ask the assessor a question about your exhibits?
I'm trying to ask him a question about one of his emails. So yes, this is proper cross.
Chair Sisk, do you permit the question since it's not related to the assessor's presentation?
This is typically questions for their presentation, not your own presentation. If you want to bring something up at a different, in closing, you can bring up a point, but questions, you're really restricted to questions of his presentation.
You cited in your written analysis of page 5, a BOE memorandum dated August 25th, 2009. What are you referring to?
That is in Assessor's Exhibit B.
Maybe I don't have Exhibit B.
I'll submit Exhibit B into evidence. That was going to be one of my questions for Mr. Heim. Give me just a moment. Everyone should have access to Exhibit B now, and I will bring it up on the screen. All right, go ahead, Mr. Heim, answering the question.
Go
ahead.
That was a letter related to the interpretation of annotation 630, or a particular annotation. It doesn't matter particularly which one it was. It was 630.0024. But the point of that is that annotation stated that an organization required to file a property statement, but not filing it timely, was relieved of the 10% late filing provision if the organization files an exemption claim timely and the property is eligible for exemption. And the memo there is that was a letter by the BOE clarifying that actually is contrary to statute, and the assessor does not have authority to relieve an organization of filing the late property statement penalty, even if the property on which the penalty is imposed qualifies for exemption.
I'll represent to everybody that I both looked on the BOE's website for any such information, and I ran a search of the words "must be treated separately" while we were trying to prepare during your presentation, and I don't see it. So can you tell me which page on in Exhibit B this memorandum is? I'd like to see it.
It's on page 3 of Exhibit B.
Sorry, it's just horribly small here on the screen. Do you know who Mr. Randy Ferris is?
Appears to be the Assistant Chief Counsel of Tax and Fee Programs.
From the State Board of Equalization?
Yes.
Do you know, is this letter in annotation?
You'll have to help me out. What do you mean there?
The State Board of Equalization publishes approved letters of counsel as legal advice for taxpayers that have a non-binding effect. They're guidance, but they're not mandatory on the assessors or the boards. I'm wondering if this was published as an annotation.
I don't know.
Do you know if this was published as a letter to assessors?
I don't.
Do you know if annotation 630-0024 was removed from the property taxes law guide?
I haven't verified that.
Does this letter say that the Assessment Appeals Board doesn't have authority to abate a penalty?
Not that I can see.
This only refers to the assessor's ability to reverse a penalty under section 463, is that correct?
I think the important part of this letter is the BOE's statement that filing a property statement and filing an exemption claim form are separate issues and must be treated separately.
I would just like you to answer the question that I asked, was whether or not...
I don't see a reference to the Assessment Appeals Board in this letter.
Okay. So that's simply the filing of a welfare exemption claim form is separate from the filing of a property statement. Is that correct?
And I suppose also the corollaries that the that the assessor cannot relieve an organization of the requirement to file a property statement, even if the property in question qualifies for exemption, and the corollary that the penalty is imposed on the value of the property, on the entire value of the property, not simply the portion that does not qualify for exemption.
I'm sorry, where does it say that?
In the paragraph above, in other words, the 10% penalty is only applied to the portion of the property not eligible for exemption, if any. That's the portion that, or that's a restatement of the claim in annotation 630 that was contrary to statute.
Okay, so then staff does not agree with that statement.
Yes.
But you don't know if this is even the lowest level of published guidance from the State Board of Equalization. You don't know if this is an annotation.
Give me a minute here. You had asked if the annotation in question, I want to address your
I'd like you to address,
annotation.
I'd like you to address the question I ask as opposed to the questions that you would like to address. Let's answer that one first. You don't know whether this is an annotation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Annotation, hold on. Annotation 630.0024 was deleted. In
Mr.
2010.
Mr. Vlahakis, I just sent you a PDF. If you could submit that into evidence to verify that in fact that annotation was deleted. Thank you.
I'm working on uploading rebuttal exhibit C. Just a moment, please.
Okay, thank you. Would you please turn back to the exhibit? I guess he said page 3 of exhibit B.
Oops. Yeah, just a moment. I apologize, my computer's not cooperating. Give me just a moment, please. I have too many.
Sounds like you have my computer.
I have
My
too-
computer never cooperates either. I'm always sideways, it seems.
Thank you for bearing with me. I apologize. Okay, so Exhibit C has been entered into record, and that should be available to everybody now. With the, I think we're covering the right page. 600024. There we go. Okay, so that's shown there. And then, Mr. Badeau, what exhibit did you want to reference now?
I'm on Exhibit B, page 3 still.
Exhibit B, page 1, 2, 3. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Would you read the second two sentences in the second paragraph of August, page 3 of Assessor's Exhibit B? Starts with the word "the application."
The application of the penalty may only be abated by the County Board of Equalization or Assessment Appeals Board. Therefore, if an assessee does not agree with the penalty and wishes to have the penalty abated, an application for changed assessment appeal must be filed.
And does that describe the circumstances that we now face?
It appears so.
Does this letter address welfare exemption claims also?
Again, the
It
assessor
does.
doesn't dispute that the board has jurisdiction to abate the penalty under the circumstances laid out in 463. The assessor disputes that the board has does not believe the board has jurisdiction to abate the penalty under by using welfare exemption statutes.
All right. Would you turn to Exhibit A, please, page 6. Would you, on the paragraph at the bottom of the page, do you see the bold-faced section that says section 270 applies to the penalty for late filing an exemption claim, not to the penalty for failure to file a property statement timely? Do you see that?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yes, I do see it.
And what language in the statute do you point to that says that it does not apply to the penalty for failure to file a property statement timely?
As I laid out in my presentation, the context of both statutes shows that the any tax or penalty or interest in 270 refers to those arising from late filing an exemption claim, not those arising from late filing a property statement.
Now, you attached, or did you here? You attached section 270 as page 9 of your exhibit B, is that correct?
Looks correct to me.
Where does it exclude a penalty for a late filed property statement?
I think you just asked me that question, and I think I've answered it.
Well, I think you said context, and I'm saying we're
That's right. That's my answer.
Okay. So would you read section 270 subdivision B, please?
Am I required to read all these things that are here to be read?
I'll read it. Section 270B says, notwithstanding the provisions of subdivision A, any tax or penalty or interest thereon exceeding $250 in total amount shall be canceled or refunded, provided it is imposed upon property entitled to relief under subdivision A, for which an appropriate claim for exemption has been filed. I'm looking specifically at the words any tax or penalty. That sounds a little broader than any tax or penalty except for penalties imposed pursuant to section 463. Does it not? It's much broader than the limitation that you're reading into the statute.
I think, again, I've answered this question.
Yeah, and I don't think you're asking questions of his presentation. You're bringing up some new documents here. So,
well, it's his statute. He attached the statute.
And I think I've given you the answer to the question that you're asking multiple different ways.
I think we need to agree to disagree here.
Right.
Okay.
And move
I think
forward.
we have different interpretations of this statute.
Obviously.
yeah, I think it's been asked and answered. If we could move on.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bodeau, do you have any more questions of the assessor's office presentation?
Yes, I do, and I'll apologize in advance for this one, but I think the point needs to be made. The third line from the bottom on page 6 of your exhibit A says, section 270 clearly refers to taxes, penalties, and interest arising from late filing an exemption claim, not those arising from filing a property statement. Would you agree that section 270 does not clearly reference section 463?
Once again, the point of the argument there is that the location of section 270 and the context thereof clearly refers to penalties arising from late filing an exemption claim. That is your answer.
As opposed to the words of the statute, correct?
I believe I've answered your question.
Okay. Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions of the assessor's presentation?
Yeah.
I don't believe we have any questions. I believe now, Mr. Bordeaux, it's time for you to present your side.
Yes, okay, thank you. If you turn to applicants exhibit 2, page 1. The first page is the original bill. The original bill was sent out showing payment due dates of 6/15/20 and December 10th, 2019. So, you know, the bill predated 2021 by quite some time. Page 2 shows the assessor's determination that they're changing the welfare exemption from $6,310,156 to $6,385,436 for 27-2018, and changing the exemption from $5,630,330 to $5,703,860 for 2016-2017, and a 90% exemption was allowed with taxes and penalties not to exceed $250. The effect of this was to grant 100% of the welfare exemption for 2017 and 90% of the welfare exemption for 2016. The reason why 90% of the welfare exemption was granted is because the assessor was applying Revenue and Taxation Code 270, and the assessor had determined that the welfare exemption claim was late. And therefore, if you turn back to Assessor's Exhibit B, page 9, and you read Revenue and Taxation Code 270A1, it provides that 90% of any tax or penalty or interest thereon shall be canceled or refunded, provided an appropriate application for exemption is filed on or before the lien date in the calendar year next succeeding the calendar year in which the exemption was not claimed by a timely application. The reason why the assessor gave a 100% exemption for 2017 and a 90% exemption for 2016 is because the assessor determined that the welfare exemption claim was late. There's no other explanation for that. If you turn to page 6 of applicant's exhibit 2, you'll see a copy of section 270. I highlighted 270 subdivision B. I am referring to what we discussed previously, 270A1, as to the 90% provision. I just wanted to point out that that's in the paperwork that I submitted to the board. If you turn the page to page 7, please. You'll see that there's a string of emails going back and forth between me and Mr. Heim. And if you turn to page 8 at the bottom, you'll see that I wrote, "Hi, Caleb. I'm following up on the penalty issue that we discussed, that section 270 covers all penalties without limitation. You previously indicated that you needed additional time to respond to the roll close. Due to the roll close, will you please let me know the basis for imposing and not canceling the section 463 penalty?" And he said, "Our position is that filing," and I'm moving up the page now to the July 9th, 2020 email. He says that our position is that filing an exemption claim and filing a property statement are two separate issues and must be treated separately. If you do not agree with the penalty assessment, you are welcome to file an appeal with the clerk of the board. And I point that out for two reasons. The first is that Mr. Himes suggested that I appeal the penalty assessment to the board, a position which, the assessor now seems to take issue with. And the second is that I asked for all the basis for it, and I didn't get the basis. I just got an opinion. On July 9th, 457, on page 7 of applicant's exhibit 2, I said, as for the penalty issue, I was very much hoping that you explain the legal basis for your position. Based upon a statute, regulation, or SBE administrative authority, I really want to avoid the time and expense of an assessment appeal if your position has support, which is why I asked the basis for your position. Your email below only restated your conclusion, but did not address why the assessor feels it is the correct position. Will you please provide me more information about the basis for your position, as you previously indicated that you would do? Last paragraph, and then I said I think that the bill should be limited to $250 each. The last paragraph, that page, please let me know the basis for the assessor's position so we can resolve this without any unnecessary costs. The first email on it's dated July 14th. It's at the top of the page on page 7. Gives Mr. Himes' response. He says, the information we have for you is our opinion that the issues are separate. If you disagree, you're welcome to appeal. So I never, until we sat down here today and I got Exhibit B, I never got an explanation of any basis for the assessor's opinion as to why the penalty should not be abated, other than this dialogue here. Sorry about that. I'd like to just quickly go over a few things. If you turn to page 12 of applicants B, applicants 2, I'm sorry. If you look at section 441B, that says that the penalty provided by section 463 applies for property statements not filed by May 7th. If you move from that to applicants exhibits page 15, I have a copy of the 2017 business property statement, which I understand was filed. It's signed by Ellen Reynolds and it's dated May 7th, 2011. And I've confirmed that it's Ms. Reynolds' practice to complete these and mail them the same day. I raised this issue with Mr. Heim, and Mr. Heim asked me for a file stamped copy of this statement, and I don't have a file stamped copy. But this would indicate that the form was prepared on May 7th and that according to the process that I understand exists would have been mailed on that date. But Mr. Heim has indicated that the assessor never received it. I cannot explain that as to the 2017 property statement. I can only show you the one that was in the file showing that it was filed. Signed that date and the representation that it would have been filed in the ordinary course of things. Going back to applicant's exhibit page 12, under 441 A, it says each person owning taxable personal property shall file a property statement. I can read more of that. It says each person owning taxable personal property having an aggregate cost of $100,000 shall file a signed property statement with the assessor. I think from the standpoint of seeing whether or not the taxpayer acted reasonably under these circumstances, the language that each person owning taxable personal property is key. If you turn the page to page 19, The penalty is imposed on any person who is required by law or who is requested by the assessor to make an annual property statement. Well, it's under 441, it's persons who own taxable property. If you turn the page to page 19, you'll see Revenue and Taxation Code 442. And you see that the property statement shall show all taxable property owned, claimed, possessed, controlled, or managed by the person filing it and required to be reported thereon. Well, you know, this organization is an organization that qualifies for the welfare exemption. It's an organization that's staffed by volunteers. They do have a 501c3 nonprofit certificate, and the assessors confirmed that the welfare exemption applies to their property. A fair reading of that statute is that if you have exempt property, you're not required to report exempt property to the assessor on a Form 571L. So just to recap here, the assessor imposed the penalty for non-filing at the same time that they imposed the escape assessment. One reason we know this is because the amount of the penalty is based upon the amount of the escape assessment that's shown on Applicants Exhibit 1, Applicants Exhibit 2, page 1. And we know based upon Applicants Exhibit page 2 that they gave 90% exemption for the 2016 tax year. Under those circumstances, the penalty was imposed based upon Section 270. The 90% reduction was based upon Section 270A, and therefore Section 270B clearly applies in this case, notwithstanding the assessor's comments that 270 does not apply to Section 463 penalties. Section 270B says, notwithstanding the provisions of subdivision A, any tax or penalty or interest thereon, again, underlining the word any tax or penalty exceeding $250 in total amount shall be canceled or refunded, provided it is imposed upon property entitled to relief under subdivision A, for which an appropriate claim for exemption has been filed. Well, the claims for exemption were filed because the assessor, first of all, granted 100% as to 2017. They granted a 90% exemption as to 2016. And when Mr. Heim started his presentation, he said that the assessor had subsequently, he didn't say subsequently, he said that the assessor had determined that the property was entitled to 100% exemption for both years, all right? But at the time that it was levied, at the time we filed the appeal, it was filed on the basis of a late filed exemption claim, which is why we got the 90% penalty. Under the statutory scheme, the penalty is supposed to be the lesser of 10% of the assessed value, which was the amount of the escape assessment. They took the escape assessment and they multiplied it by 10%, and that was the amount of the penalty that they added. And I confirmed that with Mr. Heim last week, or $250. So $250 puts a cap on a penalty on a late filed assessment appeals, a late filed welfare exemption claim.
Are you still there, Mr. Doe, or did you break up there?
No, I'm still here. I'm
okay.
For the next piece here. Mr. Clerk, do you have applicants 3?
I will put applicants exhibit 3 into record. Just a moment.
Thank you.
Exhibit 3 has been submitted. Please proceed.
Exhibit 3 is page 1 out of Assessor's Handbook 267, which does address exemptions. And I'm putting this into the record just to quote the State Board of Equalization included the ballot language in favor of the amendment which added the welfare exemption in California on November 7th, 1944. And I'm referring to the second sentence through the block quote at the top of AH 267. And so I'm going to read the block quote, which is from the language from the ballot pamphlet. These nonprofit organizations assist the people by providing important health, citizenship, and welfare services. They are financed in whole or part by your contributions, either directly or through a community chest. It is good public policy to encourage such private entities by exemption rather than to continue to penalize and discourage them by heavy taxation. When you look at the assessor's argument that because the applications for welfare exemption were timely filed, the Section 270 does not apply. We've already gone over in kind of gross detail, what 270 applies to. 270 applies where if a nonprofit organization qualifying for the welfare exemption files an untimely claim, they can get any tax or penalty abated down to 10% or $250, whichever is less. The idea that those abatement provisions do not apply because a welfare exemption claim was timely filed gives an anomalous result of putting a timely filer in a worse position than an untimely filer. I submit that given the legislative goal stated in the ballot pamphlet of not penalizing and discouraging nonprofit organizations qualifying for the welfare exemption by heavy taxation and penalties, I think that going ahead and treating timely welfare claim filers differently than untimely welfare claim filers would be inappropriate. I think that they both should have similar treatment when it comes time to penalty abatement. I argue to you that where property is determined to be tax exempt, there's no real filing requirement where they should have to disclose property to the assessor on a Form 571L because the property is exempt. And I would further submit that even to the extent that they are required to submit a Form 571L, that somebody in a volunteer organization who is looking at the law and determining whether or not they have to file a penalty, a property statement for the assessor, and sees that under the law that they don't have to file it if they don't have taxable property, that is a reasonable reading of the statute by a layperson, and that that constitutes good cause for abating the penalty in and of itself. So I submit to you that these people, I understand they have a good relationship with the tax assessor. They pay their taxes. They pay the escape assessment. The penalty is something that was, it was a two-time event. They started the process of their operation in late 2015. They filed the property statement. Well, the property statement that I sent to you, which I believe was filed, disclosed the property on site for 2016 and 2017, all the way back through 2015. And they've been filing timely, since then. I think it's a good faith effort by a nonprofit institution that's supposed to be tax exempt to go ahead and to file timely, consistent with the reading of the law, that they don't have to file on a property that's not taxable. And even if there's a reason, even if there's a requirement that they do have to file on the basis that they have taxable property, I don't think they understood that at that time. And they certainly file now after this experience. And I would request the board to abate the penalty on that basis. Finally, I'm going to go back to the burden of proof, and I'm going to address Rule 321C, which is in applicant's exhibit 2. Page 20. And if you look at the highlighted portion on page 20, it says the assessor has the basis, has the burden of establishing the basis for imposition of a penalty assessment. I'm not sure the assessor's done that today. The assessor, I don't think, has established that there's a requirement to file for property that is exempt. I don't think they've established that there is a basis to impose the penalty on tax exempt property other than an annotation that we don't know where it came from, that we don't even know if it's an annotation. Basically, there's very little law that's actually attached to the assessor's presentation. Finally, I would like to just go back to assessor's exhibit, exhibit 3, is it? I'm sorry. I may have closed that window.
What is it that you're looking for?
I'm looking for the compendium of authority that the assessor set forth. I'm sorry, that is exhibit B. And I wanted to point out that exhibit B exhibit B, page 5 through 7 does not address a single property tax case. There are no property tax cases cited in any of these annotations. These all appear to be franchise tax cases, and therefore, or possibly administrative franchise tax board decisions, but they are not property tax cases, and there is no indication here that any of these apply in a property tax context. The board is the entity that determines whether or not there's good cause to abate the penalty. I submit that we've established good cause here today, and I would request that the board reduce the penalty to $250 or abate it outright. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the assessor's office have any questions of, yes? Oh, does the assessor's office have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
I don't believe so. Ms. Hill, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I think the assessor will address everything in rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
I do not.
Okay. I believe now it's time to present closing arguments. I believe Mr. Boudreau, you will go first, and Mr. Heim, you will go second.
I think the assessor has some rebuttal documents that we would like to go over.
Okay.
Do you want to go ahead,
Is
Caleb?
this,
I do. Give me
And then I'll
a
do F later.
minute here. Oops.
so is this questions of the applicant's presentation or?
We have a rebuttal to their presentation.
Okay.
And if this is the appropriate time, then we would
Yeah,
do
is
that
this part
now.
of closing statements or is this separate?
This is separate.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Vlahakis, how do I give you exhibits?
Please email them to me, and since I thought we were done, I closed everything down, so give me just a moment to
Oh
get
dear,
that, but go ahead and email it to me, and I will get it prepared while you're
my
emailing it
mistake.
to me.
Well, I'm a little confused. I thought you'd already passed on your opportunity to ask questions of the presentation, and now it's time for closing arguments.
We would like to submit some additional evidence into the record in rebuttal to what the applicant has presented,
Okay.
which I think we've done in the past.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Heim, just to confirm that I've received an email with 3 exhibits from you and 1 from Ms. Hill, is that correct?
There are certainly 3 from me.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could hold the one from me, I'm trying to add some highlights to it to make it easier for the board to see. So Mr. Heim can go through his 3 first.
Okay, give me just a moment. Since we admitted at Exhibit C, I need to relabel these.
They should be C, D, and E.
Correct, but we had an Exhibit C submitted, so I'm now going to call these D.
Oh
E,
dear.
F.
All right. D, E, and F. Okay.
Just give me. All right, everybody should have access to these files now. I've put Exhibit D up on the screen.
So I think the appropriate thing to address here is just clarifying a few, I guess, factual issues. One is whether the 2016 exemption claim was filed timely. And if we look at, I guess, it's Exhibit D.
D
May we
is what
pull
I have on
that
the
up, Mr.
screen.
Vlahakis?
So E, this one? No.
No,
This-
the previous one,
Okay, the one I had up.
not
This one.
not this one. This one, yes. This is the 2016 welfare exemption claim, which was filed on. You see that it's date stamped February 17th, 2016, right here. Mr. Vlahak, you saw that. And if we go to the next page, if we look at the ship date there, it's very small, at least on my screen, but it says 16th February 16. And that's the date that the assessor must consider a claim filed, since it is the earlier of the ship or postmark date and the date stamped received And the deadline for filing an exemption claim is February 15th, unless February 15th is a Saturday, Sunday, or holiday. And in 2016, February 15th was a holiday. So the date for timely filing was February 16th. So the claim was timely filed. And it is true that we didn't catch that until last week, mainly because it was shipped on that date rather than marked received on that date. And we had used the received date or the stamped date as the filing date. And that was why we incorrectly applied the exemption to 2016 as late. So that's just clarifying that the 2016 claim was timely. The Exhibit E, I think it is, E for Echo. This is actually, we should probably go to the next page of this one first. This is the original assessment roll correction that was done. This is the assessment roll correction that the applicant is appealing. And it was determined that the exemption amount on this one was too low. And if we can look at the next couple of pages, there's the notice, and if we can go a couple more, there was another assessment roll correction. One more. This assessment roll correction was done to increase the exemption amount, still applying the late penalty to 2016. If we can look at page 2. I know this is very tedious, but we should do it anyway. And this is the assessment roll correction that Mr. Badeau showed you the notice for, and was mentioning that this was the assessment for 2016 in which we considered the exemption claim filed late, and that is true that we did that, and it is also true that that was a mistake. So just to clarify what happened there. And then if we go to the first page of this exhibit, this is the corrected 2016 assessment roll correction, which shows that the exemption claim was filed timely for 2016. So those are just clarifying the facts there. I believe the rest that we have to say can go in our closing statement.
Okay, thank you. I guess if you'd like to proceed with your closing statements, that'd be right.
Do I get a couple questions across? On
Actually,
that?
yes, it's a little unorthodox, but yes, you have a chance to ask a few questions.
Just to avoid the back and forth, can I just present one more document? It will take me no more than 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. I apologize for the added documents that just came up as we were listening to the presentation. I just wanted the board to see this annotation. I believe it's annotation 680.0025. The applicant made a statement that he didn't believe, I think, that exempt organizations had to file 571L business property statements. This annotation makes very clear that in this case, when they're required to file a claim for exemption, they do in fact have to file a 571L. So I've highlighted the relevant portion so you can review that, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention that there is guidance from the BOE on that point that contradicts what the applicant had said. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Badeau, if you have any questions of what the assessor's office has just presented.
Yes. Did I say that a taxpayer with exempt property did not need to file, or did I say that a layperson reading the law would possibly conclude that they didn't have to report on a property statement when they had exempt property, tax exempt property?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
I would have to go back and listen to the audio again.
I
I wanted to make sure it was clear to everybody here that yes, in fact, exempt organizations have to file 571Ls, and that's why I've provided this document. That's all.
I appreciate that. I think the point that I was trying to make was that as a volunteer staffed lay organization reading the law and the
Do you
filing.
have a question for me?
No, I'm just clarifying.
Okay. This is a time for questions of their presentation.
I'm asking one last question.
Okay.
Or maybe two last questions. As of today, has the rule correction been issued to correct the 90% exemption grant for the 2016 tax year?
It hasn't, because that would not be possible quite yet. However, you're asking, has it been enrolled?
Well, we stand in, the footsteps that we stand in, the footprints that we occupy right now. And so as of right now, for rule purposes, the official assessment treats the 2016 tax year escape assessment as being related to.
What's on the roll now is that it's late. The exemption was filed late, but that is in the process of being corrected.
And you discovered that in preparation for this hearing, correct?
I did.
Thank you. And again, the first time that you and I discussed that was last week?
That was last week.
Okay. And it had not been previously communicated to the taxpayer either, is that correct?
It could not have been.
Okay. And by the way, I'd like to thank you for your diligence in looking at that and discovering that. So I appreciate that. Okay, that's all the questions.
Okay, does the board have any questions of the assessor's closing statements?
No questions of the rebuttal?
Or the rebuttal, either, either one.
None.
Okay. Well, I guess that kind of wraps it up. We will deliberate about this behind closed doors.
Chair Sisk, we still have
we
to
will-
allow
yes.
an opportunity for closing statements from the applicant and the assessor's
And,
representative.
okay. Oh, I thought we covered that. Okay, never mind. Getting ahead of myself.
And-
Does the applicant have any closing statements?
Yes, I think that the assessor started this. Well, first of all, I think we've seen a number of different items throughout this process concerning the board's, that the applications are valid and that the board should address, the penalty abatement issue on the penalty assessment. I think that's very clear. I think that Mr. Himes' emails suggested that we appeal the penalty abatement. I think Revenue and Taxation Code 1605.5 says that the board's required to make a determination on the penalty abatement, that the assessor started with Rule 302B, and none of the conditions necessary to say that under that rule to say that the board does not have jurisdiction exist or apply to this case. And then that unpublished letter that they got from the State Board of Equalization also said that you would have to apply to an assessment appeals board to get an abatement of penalty. So I think that very clearly that the board has jurisdiction to determine the applications are valid and to hear the penalty abatement issue in the first instance. As to the second issue, whether or not the penalty should be abated or not, again, we're in this situation where we filed these appeals to contest a penalty assessment based upon a late filed welfare exemption claim. And the assessor's position throughout this up until last week, late last week, was that, it was a late filed claim, and therefore they only gave us 90% of the welfare exemption for the property for 2016. Section 270 couldn't be more clear. It says any penalty gets reduced to 10% of the assessed value or $250, whichever is less. We're kind of playing, with all respect to the assessor, and I really don't mean this pejoratively to Mr. Heim, who I respect, or Ms. Hill, who I respect, but it's a bit of a moving target that we're dealing with right now, because the assessor, in preparing, last week for this hearing, kind of changed the rules of the game in terms of whether or not Section 270 applied or not for the 2016 assessment, because now they say that it was filed timely, which is great. I mean, I'm thrilled that they're granting additional exemption, but we are in a circumstance where the assessment that's being appealed today is based upon a determination by the assessor that there was a late filed claim. And the correction to fix that, the ink isn't even dry on it. It hasn't even been mailed out to the tax payer to show that that's actually a thing that's going to happen. And I have no doubt that Mr. Heim is going to carry that forward and actually do it. But that doesn't mean that where we stand today at the time of the hearing, that Section 270 doesn't apply, and that, quote, any tax should be reduced to $250. And any penalty should be reduced to $250. The whole concept that it's quite so clear that Revenue and Taxation Code 270 does not include Section 463 penalties is, to quote, I'll paraphrase, I won't attribute this to a direct quote without looking at the actual documents. That's the assessor's position. That's not a reading of a statute. That's not black letter law. That's not supported by a case. That's not supported by the Board of Equalization. That is him saying that 270 doesn't apply to 463. And that's all we got. And he tries to beef up that part of his presentation by saying it clearly doesn't apply. Well, usually when people talk about how clear things are, maybe it's not all that clear. There's nothing in Revenue and Taxation Code 270 that says that it doesn't apply to a Section 463 penalty. In terms of whether or not the exemption applies, whether or not the penalty should apply to a timely filer, as in a Social Betterment Property International's timely filed 2017 appeal, I think that the answer is just that there's no taxable property for that assessment, and therefore there's no basis to impose a 10% penalty on the amount of the taxable property. That would create a situation where late filers are put into a better situation than timely filers, which doesn't make any sense when you consider that the purpose of the welfare exemption is to stop penalizing charitable organizations that qualify for the welfare exemption. In terms of whether or not there's reasonable cause to abate the penalty, I suggest there is. I think that to a lay person, not a lawyer, not an assessment appeals board member, not an assessor, but to a person working in a charity, looking at this and saying, and looking at Section 441, saying that if I have taxable property, I have to file a property statement. If I look at 442, it says the same thing. If I have taxable property, I'm going to pull that statute up because I think it's very key. 442 says the property statement shall show all taxable property owned, claimed, possessed, controlled, and managed. Now, certainly we've talked about in the last exhibit submitted by Ms. Hill, they should have filed a property statement. And I'm just saying that as a lay person, a volunteer in a charity, you're looking at what the filing requirements are. it's pretty easy to read that and say, well, we don't have any taxable property because we're exempt. We believe we're exempt. And I think that that combined with the public policy underlying the welfare exemption should establish good cause to abate the penalty on this. And I'm going to go back to the burden of proof again. The assessor has the burden of establishing the basis for imposition of a penalty assessment. We haven't come up with, I think, any information that has indicated on the assessor's side that the penalty assessment is correct in the sense that a property that is exempt under the welfare exemption should be subject to a section 463 penalty. First of all, at least no binding authority, no even advisory authority. There's no statute, there's no case, there's nothing other than an annotation, which is not even an annotation. It's there's a letter that, as far as we know, hasn't even gone through the process of being approved by the state board or its legal staff to be published as guidance for taxpayers. So it's a letter. It's like, you know, if I were to send an email to my buddy in the office next door, you know, maybe it's a little more than that, but it's not written advice that's published by the State Board of Equalization with the intention that anybody rely on it. And so I don't know how persuasive that is in terms of an authority. I just don't feel that the assessor has carried the burden of establishing that the penalty is appropriate under these circumstances. And if you feel the assessor has, I submit that there's good cause for the board to abate the penalty because it's being imposed upon a charitable organization, you know, that's using its property to benefit the community. So I don't know that diverting funds from that organization to pay penalties for tax purposes is really a good policy. And to the contrary, I think that it establishes good cause for the abatement of the penalty. With that, I rest.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, we will take everything we've heard and take it behind closed doors and deliberate there and let Brendan know our decision. He will probably let you know our decision sometime tomorrow.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I think the assessor needs to make our closing statement.
Okay, I thought you guys already did.
I'm sorry, we only submitted some rebuttal evidence and explained what it means. But we have our closing statement to make, and it won't be very long.
Okay, go ahead.
So the assessor has a few issues to bring up, as the document that Ms. Hill submitted shows. Exempt organizations do still need to file the 571L, and the property in question is definitely taxable property. So the applicants claim that the applicants claim that they own no taxable property and therefore don't need to file a property statement is false. And therefore there is, and importantly, since for neither year do we have any record that they actually did file a property statement, we have a copy of a 2017 statement signed, but we don't actually have one stamped or otherwise indicated that it was ever filed. So since there was taxable property of the beyond the value threshold of $100,000 for each year, and since no property statement was filed for each year, it follows that there was a basis for imposing the penalty pursuant to section 463. With regard to the timeliness of the 2016 exemption claim, it is true that the assessor did not determine that until last week, but that I don't see that materially affects this appeal, since that just places 2016 into the same category as the 2017 filing, which was also timely. So if if any of the assessor's arguments apply, and the board finds those arguments persuasive, they are already arguments that apply to 2017, and the board merely needs to apply them also to 2016. So the fact that we determined that the 2016 exemption claim filing was timely this late in the game really doesn't affect the assessments or the assessor's arguments at all. If we could look quickly at Assessor's Exhibit B, and just to briefly, whoops. To briefly walk through it, what is in there are sections 441, section 463, and section 270. And I want to draw the board's attention also to the law summary that the applicant mentioned, which was included just as a definition of reasonable cause. And it is true that summary deals with franchise tax board court cases. The definition of reasonable cause is not different for revenue and taxation code, or pardon me, for assessment concerns. That is reasonable cause as applies in the revenue and taxation code. So there's no particular reason why reasonable cause as outlined in this law summary is not applicable to these appeals. The applicant also mentioned that if section 270 only applies to penalties not related to exemption claims when the exemption claim is filed late, that puts timely filers in a worse position than untimely filers of the exemption claim. And I agree with that. And the assessor sees that as another reason why it doesn't make any sense for section 270 to apply to penalties outside of late filing an exemption claim. Because if they did, then a claimant would have to file, say, both a property statement and an exemption claim late to have the $250 cap apply. That doesn't make any sense. And the assessor's view is that merely strengthens the assessor's case that section 270 applies specifically to taxes, penalties, and interest imposed for late filing an exemption claim, which again is why it's in the section of the Revenue and Taxation Code concerning late filing an exemption claim. And there's no provision related to that in section 463 or elsewhere discussing property statements filed by organizations that qualify for exemption. The assessor stands by all of our arguments presented in our original presentation, as well as these presented in closing statements, and requests that the board find the imposition of the penalty pursuant to section 463 valid, does not abate penalty, and finds no justification for cancellation based on 270 or any other grounds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, the board will take your presentations behind closed doors and deliberate there, and we'll inform Brandon of our decision later today. He'll inform you sometime tomorrow. Is there any other housekeeping issues we have to take care of, Brendan?
Yes, we have item number 11 making a late appearance. Let's go to item number 11, and I will allow them to speak. Thank you. Oops, sorry. I accidentally overrode your unmuting. You should be able to unmute now. All right, and please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Sarkis Grigorian. How's everyone?
Good, how are you doing?
Good. Sorry for the late join. There was a bit of a confusion on my end. My father had met with Joshua last week in regards to the certain documents that we had provided. He wanted to do a walkthrough on the house. So there's some certain things that are pending, but I was on the assumption that, I don't know, for some odd reason, I had the assumption that this hearing was going to be on extension for us. But on the back of my head, it was good that I called in to Josh. He's like, no, you have to go into the Zoom meeting and just request for a continuance so that we can finalize on the documents that I had submitted to him. So I kindly ask if you guys can please reinstate my application and do a continuance so that Mr. Joshua and I can, I guess, finalize whatever documents he wanted to go over.
Okay, so what do we need to do, Brandon? We need to vacate the,
Yeah, we can cover it all in, assuming you're going to vacate it. Mr. Gregorian, we have 3 potential dates available: November 1st, December 6th, or January 10th. What would your preference be, keeping in mind you still would need some time to work with the assessor?
I think December 6th would be, I think, enough time for me and Joshua to go over everything. I feel like November would be too soon. December 6th, I think, would be good.
Okay. Let's ask Ms. Hill or Mr. Courier, is that date okay with you, and do you need a data proviso?
December 6th is fine. I think we do need a data proviso. I know Mr. Courier was out there on Thursday. I know we had requested some additional documentation, and I'm not entirely sure what the status of that is. So I think the most prudent thing would be to add the proviso.
okay, so do we have to vacate the prior decision?
Yes.
Before we can post,
So the recommended action would be to make a motion to vacate the decision to deny due to lack of appearance and to continue to December 6th, 2021 with a proviso that requested data be provided to the assessor within the next 30 days.
Oh, boy, okay.
You can just say so moved. You don't have to restate.
Can we do this? Yeah, I second. Thank you, Brandon.
And sorry, I was talking when the motion was made. Who made that motion?
Little.
Thank you. Little, second by Sisk for the vote. Board Member Ferris. Board Member Ferris, you're muted. Is it? You know what? It might be. There you go.
Yes.
Thank you. Board Member Little.
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. We do have one other housekeeping item. Item
For 8.
8, application number 19-10860, applicant Peter Gomez. He did not make an attendance here on Zoom today. When I spoke to him last week, he indicated he would be on around 2 p.m. As he was traveling, he did not make it. I did send him an email during the meeting and left him a voicemail asking if he was going to join, and have heard nothing. This has been continued numerous times, and so the recommended action would be to deny due to lack of appearance.
Okay, looking for a motion to deny due to lack of appearance.
So moved.
Second.
Oops. All right.
All right.
For the vote, Board Member Ferris.
Yes.
Board Member Little.
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That completes all items of business on your agenda for today.
Thank you all for your patience today. A long day.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
All right, so the board will, since the board will be adjourning to closed session, we ask everyone to hang themselves up. Otherwise, I will manually be going through one by one to kick you out of the meeting. Thank you for your time today.
Thanks.
Board members, give me just a moment while I transition us to a secure closed session. I will confirm when the meeting is secure.